Are you ready?
Clear, clear, clear.
It's time for a live stream.
You are privileged AF.
It's important to remember that.
It's okay to cry.
And it's also common to experience
deep belly laughs.
Hi, I'm Kiera.
Why does this sound cold every second?
If you like jokes about scams, spirituality, and toxic positivity,
It's so quantum.
This is actually legit.
it's time to tune into.
The mango frequency.
Wait, what?
So let's dive right in.
Got my celery juice right here.
I am not emotionally stable.
Hello, welcome. I'm in the void. I'm in a void right now, everyone. The Matrix is glitching. The Matrix is glitching behind me. And also, the dimensions are off. But hey, we're making it work. I'm actually going to move into a different room in the house next time. So that's why this has been wrong for 2 months. It's my excuse, okay? I've just been doing so much self-care. I just haven't had time to figure out this green screen scenario. Look at me. I'm just going smaller into space. Okay, welcome to Rage Talk, everybody. Welcome to Rage Talk. We're gonna talk Hollisville stuff today, so get your hearts ready. We got Heidi Powell, if you may remember. She is not a Hollis, but she was wanting to be, potentially. And she's got a new podcast. Can you believe it? It's life-changing. It is going to be the most healing podcast. She actually cures depression in the first episode or second episode. She's healed anxiety. She is breathing. So, hey, that's great. Good for her. We're going to watch the first episode. She's got her legs open for the best podcast. This is what you can expect. Actually, we should all do our podcast like this from now. It's like, hey guys, I just wanted to tell you about my breathwork sessions. So that's what we're gonna see. So if you don't like that, tune out now, okay? And then we're also going to listen to Rachel Hollis discuss Toiletgate, ? Once again, she apparently brings it up in a recent podcast episode, and then talks about relaunching her brand called Start Today, okay? Which apparently is her line of growth planners or whatever, that she sort of nixed at one point, but then, and also it was where she and Dave posted the audio from their morning show that a lot of people really liked. It was like a morning show between Rachel and Dave, and they would sit and bicker and like love on each other in the morning time during the pandemic, I think, maybe a little bit before that. And they would put the audio from that onto this podcast called Start Today. And then when they got divorced, Rachel had no affiliation with it anymore. I wonder if Dave got that right, the rights to the name and the divorce or something. And now that he's gone, I guess she's decided to rebrand, baby, relaunch. And she's starting that today. So forget the past, forget yesterday. We're starting over today, and I'm sure she's got amazing tips for us. Amazing tips to live a better life like she is, because we all know she's living her best life. Am I right? Am I right? Oh.
Call the police. Call the psych ward.
And I also have new sound bites, as you can hear.
She looks scary.
Stop it. Stop.
Silly, dumb, incapable.
Yeah, so don't be those things and keep watching. Okay, so I figured before we dive right in to listening to the podcast episodes, because we got a lot of podcasting going on, I figured let's take a look-see at Rachel and Heidi's Instagram and see what they're up to, okay?
These memes are aggressive.
True. How's the sound? Also, welcome, Cheech. Cheech, where's Chong? Welcome. Thank you. Okay, let me pull up the stream as well. And also, I see it coming in, JLB Nerdy. Thank you so much, JLB Nerdy. JLB Nerdy says, tonight is like 2022 again, but without C19. I was like, C19, what is that? Is that like a code word for something? Yes. Yes, it is. It's back in business, baby. We are back to hate listening to Hollisville content. And I also, in case you haven't seen it, I put out a review. It's a edited video, so if you don't want to sit on here for 4 hours and listen to me yammer, I've been edited down, and it's on my channel now. It's a review about the book, the fictional book. I'll show you. The fictional book called Under the Influence. There it is. That was written by Noelle Crooks and is apparently loosely based on Rachel Hollis and her being a boss babe at the Hollis Co. Okay, can I get rid of that? No, I can't. I'm sorry, everybody. I might have to just move the camera slightly. There you go. Problem solved. Okay, so that is there for your enjoyment. If you just cannot, if you end after 3 hours with me and you're like, I need to hear more about Rachel Hollis via my mouth, there you go. That's where you can do it. Okay, so let's start off with Heidi. Let's see what she's up to. She's been posting quite a bit. She took like a tiny break, and apparently she was at a retreat or she was at some sort of conference. Actually, hold on. Let me look at my... before I do this, let me look at the chat, the other chat. I gotta have 3 chats pulled up at all times. Stand by. Hold on. Not Mother Teresa. Thank you, and welcome as well. Also, Cheech. Yeah, we said that one. And then there was another one. Nomadic Loner. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone for joining. And if you want to join the Reddit, I'll make a post after the stream, and you can join and you can chat and talk. And also, thank you to Rebecca J. Kelly, and thank you for joining the membership because I put your name at the front today, so I remember that. Rebecca says, I'm new here, ready for some life-changing shiz. Well, just for that, I have the perfect thing to say to you about this.
They're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
And also,
There's Colleen.
so if your name's Colleen, welcome. And then finally, also...
Don't need to speak to the deaf or show things to the blind.
Oh, okay. Cool.
True. And thank you, JLB Nerdy again. Thank you so much. I don't think it's, it's coming up late. Okay. She says, once again, tonight is like 2022 all over again.
Oh, okay. Cool.
This is slow today. Weird. Okay, anyways, back to it. So let's take a look-see at Heidi's Instagram. So she was gone for like a week, maybe a week and a half, which is like a pretty high record for her to be gone from Instagram. But she came back and she changed absolutely nothing. She actually might be worse than ever. Just posting her kids quite a bit. Everything is about the children. She's complaining on Instagram, ironically, saying, oh, as a mother, I have no privacy at all. And it's like, while she's filming her kids just living their life, and she's got, 569,000 followers, and, they can't even walk around the bedroom without being recorded and blasted online. So let's take a look at her preview. This is her podcast promo video. And it looks like, as an expert videographer and video editor myself, she has some help. Someone's, curating this content and making it edited into these shorts. So she's having some investment monetarily, unless she's trading services, which would be effed up. But it seems like she's paying a videographer or video editor to at least edit these videos. So she's investing some sort of money into this podcast. So it's called Heidi's Lane. Now, somebody said, because her name is Heidi Lane, if you didn't know, that's her maiden name, I believe, before she got married the first time. I think that's her father's name, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because Powell obviously is Chris, her second husband's last name, but I don't know her first husband's last name. I'm not sure. So Heidi's Lane. And someone said, oh, you came up with that name. Like, I had made a joke apparently about that. I don't remember that. So congratulations, but pat on my back. Apparently I had called that out before it was even officially named. So who knew? But here we go. So this is the official announcement.
Got a smile that makes this.
Okay, well, we can't play it because there's audio. Here it is.
Grace, but fear does not get a vote. You're gonna be great at this because he was so complimentary.
You are the way.
All of these people dragging me through the finish line.
I have not listened to this episode yet or watched this video, so it's going to be a blind react. But it's like people, I'm assuming she's talking about like the people who are paying her to motivate them. They're dragging her through. I guess, I'm assuming. But it says, this caption says, "Oh, friends, this has been a long time coming. Mark your calendars for this Monday, October 9, because something special is launching. A project that I feel divinely called to." Oh, they all feel divinely called. So when it sucks, they can be like, God told me to do it. God said. A project that's been in the works for years now. And also, she had a podcast before. We've listened to her podcast before with Drew. Like literally this post that was like, 3 posts ago is from her other podcast that she used to have before her and Chris officially announced their breakup. So it's not like she's never done this before or like, oh, I've broken through the barriers of fear to have this podcast. It's like you had a podcast 2 years ago also, but okay. It says a project that's been in the works for years now and, as is with all great works, has been met with much resistance. Okay, I'm done letting resistance win. I'm done allowing fear and my own limiting beliefs to call the shots. It is with so much honor that I humbly and nervously announce the launch of my very own podcast this Monday, October 9th. I hope you'll join me for the first episode of the Heidi's Lane with Heidi Powell podcast, where we'll navigate the joys. Are you choosing it or what? The grief. No, thank you. The love, okay, the messes, she's so crazy, and the everything in between on this beautiful highway we call life. We call it the life 101. I'm just gonna jump on it and crash. Okay, sorry. Get ready to cozy up and have real, raw, and vulnerable conversations, and we learn and grow along this journey. Get ready to cozy up and have real, raw, and vulnerable conversations, and we learn and grow along this journey. Okay, the grammar got worse as we went on together. Welcome to Heidi's Lane. Okay, so she's got 4,000 likes. It's fairly low, I think, for her, but okay. And here's a preview. Here we go. And this says, I have 3 very important questions for you. What are your fears keeping you from doing? What are they telling you that you need to do? Who are they? Unknown. We don't know who they are. What are they telling you that you need to do? Did you know that your fears can actually be telling you something besides that you are afraid? What? I did not know. Heidi, tell me more. I learned this the hard way a few weeks ago. Every self-help guru is like 1 week before, like their life a week before is next week's content. That is the model. Like whatever you're doing this week, the lesson learned here is ready for the mass, consumption of society next week. No filters needed, no contemplation, no reflection. I had an experience. I had a thought about it. Let's teach. Let's put it on the podcast, baby. I learned this the hard way a few weeks ago, and I'm sharing this and more in the first episode of the new Heidi's Lane podcast with yours truly. Okay, here it goes. Here's the preview.
Anxiety is real. And I believe that our anxiety is trying to tell us something. And for me, what anxiety was trying to tell me was that I was meant for more than I was actually doing because of...
First of all, meant for more, because she made sure to specifically say meant for more, not made for more, because we know that it is hashtag copyrighted. So anyone else who has anxiety, this is what I deduct from this. Anyone else who has anxiety, myself being one of those people, who has suffered with anxiety my whole life to the point of like panic. Okay. That's just something I have to deal with. That's not something I have to go to therapy over. That's something I've had to medicate over time, to overcome and, whatever. But for me, that's my own battle. For her, it's because she was made for more. She was meant for more than everyone else. Okay, got it. I get anxiety because I know I'm better than everyone else, but the world is just not honoring me right now. That would give me anxiety too, for sure. For sure. Okay, sorry.
The fear. I had a friend who recently sent me a voice note. The quote she gave me was from John Acuff. And she said, fear gets a voice, but fear does not get a vote. And then she told me, because I had said, one of my fears is I'm not Mel Robbins. Who's going to listen to me? And she was like, you're not Mel Robbins. You'll never be Mel Robbins.
And thank God for that. You were trying to look like her, though. They are sort of twins at this point. Different shaped glasses, but everything else very similar. Also, same message and same exact regurgitated bullshit that is meaningless to anyone actually living life in the real world. But yeah, go off, Queen.
You weren't meant to be Mel Robbins. You are Heidi Lane, the one and the only Heidi Lane. And what you have to say, in however you say it, is what the world needs to hear. And
coming from the minds of straight up self-centered dum-dums. I'm sorry. That's mean. But just because you have a thought in your head does not mean it needs to be shared. It does not mean that it's going to affect anyone positively whatsoever. Especially, once again, it's all the same old crap over and over and over. Recycled. Right now, cold plunging, breath work is hot. That's what all of these people are talking about online. Then it'll be saunas again. That'll come back full circle. And then it'll be, meditation and transcendental dental surgery or whatever is, the hot thing. And all these people who claim to be, organic and unique and original and divinely guided to talk about these topics, they will all just so happen to find the trending thing and start talking about it at the same time. So she says anxiety is real. Anxiety is a real thing. And it was because she had anxiety because she needed to be, doing more things, being paid more, being worshipped more. Okay, then her next post, she's like, actually, anxiety is not real anymore. Well, here, there's another one, but I'll play this one too.
one thing I remember from last year through this anxiety, which anxiety for me comes with depression. So I don't have anxiety. I don't have depression. I am Heidi and I experience anxiety occasionally. And I was experiencing depression. And I can say was now because there was an incremental point where all of this shifted for me. But throughout the whole thing, every single morning I wake up, I go for a walk around my neighborhood. I get sunlight exposure. I try and look not directly into the sun, but I try to open my eyes so the sun can get into my retinas, which there's been a lot of research on how great that is for you. I then go, after I get the kids ready, I go do my...
Yeah, sunning your anus and getting direct sunlight into your retina is also very popular right now. FYI, if you didn't know.
Workout every single morning at the same time, at the same gym. I do my cold plunging. I do my sauna. I do my breath work. I amped up the breath work over this past week because I'm like, I need something. And I know my nervous system, when I'm feeling that agitation, I know without a shadow of a doubt, the one thing I can always count on is a combination of prayer, meditation, and breath work.
She never did breath work until last year. And now she's like, this is what's made me, make my life the way it is. It's like, no offense, this is going to sound really mean, but it is meant to be mean. She's not been relevant since 2016, when her and Chris had a TV show on TV. Ever since then, it's been sort of a nightmare and just her own weird, clinging on to trying to be an influencer and also, putting her kids on blast and exploiting them for money. So I'm sorry to say, you started breath work a year ago, maybe, if even less time, perhaps. I don't really care what your routine is. What was your routine back then? What led to the success and the getting of a national syndicated TV show? Whatever you're doing now, I don't think anyone's gonna really need that at all. And it's so fresh. It's I did breath work myself. I did breath work when I was going through my cuckoo period where I was doing all this self-help crap. And it's okay, I did it before. I think it's honestly very not dangerous necessarily, but it's not a fix for anything. It's just a way to get you to feel like you're having an emotional breakdown all the time. It's I don't recommend it to anyone. I don't know. I'm open-minded to breath work and things that could be helpful, but to solve anxiety and depression, it's not going to do that, unfortunately. I'm so sorry to tell everyone. And this is what she says on this one. Do you ever experience anxiety? Yes, me too. Anxiety is real, my friends. Okay, I'm glad she's saying that, even though she's saying she doesn't have it anymore. She used to have anxiety. My anxiety has nearly crippled me in the past, but I've discovered some tools lately that have helped me stop those anxious feelings in their tracks. On this episode of my new podcast, Heidi's Lane, I'm sharing my go-to go-to, no matter what's happening, anxiety busting routine, plus 3 things I can always count on to calm those anxious feelings: prayer, meditation, and breath work, plus so much more. While navigating through anxiety is a daily work in progress, I hope that by sharing my personal experience, it can help others feel less alone. I truly believe these conversations are so important. Join me to experience some rawness, authenticity, and vulnerability, plus a dose or 2 of inspiration that I hope can help you with whatever you're dealing with right now, the good, the bad, and everything in between. Okay. Again, like, she's a fitness coach and a transformation expert, which is a fake thing. Why is she giving depression advice? Why is she, especially someone who is obviously, just based on watching her social media, is in the middle of like an anxiety-ridden lifestyle at the very least? Why would I take a goddamn tip from her? I'm sorry, again, being harsh, sorry. And like, yeah, like breath work and all this stuff. It's just like, if you're experiencing anxiety, go talk to a therapist, go to a psychiatrist. Like, those are the people you need to talk to first. Do breath work if you want as a side item, but just to be like, oh, I pray and I meditate, so therefore I don't have a problem anymore. It's like, no, girl, you're in denial is what that is. Oh, what did it? I missed it. Hold on. I missed the pop-up. I missed the pop-up, and then now it's loading. We'll see if it comes up in a second. Sorry, buddy. Okay. And then one more. Let's watch one more for previews. Actually, whatever. Yeah, let's watch it. Just talking about breath work. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait, this is old. Man, I'm having weird pop-up things today. Apologize. Okay, here we go. Last one. This is about her breathwork session that changed her life for the better, of course.
It's this beautiful dark room, and we're doing these breathwork sessions that, man, breathwork alone is absolutely magical and healing. And it takes you to another planet. It is like a chemical-free high. Your brain produces the...
Too soon, Heidi. Your ex-boyfriend died from a actual chemical high. You should probably, consider that next time you're writing a script. It came up now. JLB Nerdy. Thank you so much, JLB Nerdy. JLB Nerdy says, Heidi's caption sounds like someone else wrote it. Yeah, someone else wrote it. Someone else edited these videos, obviously. I think all her role is sitting there with the microphone and her legs open. I don't mean that in a negative way. It is the truth of what I'm looking at right here. Like, the weirdest podcast angle I have ever seen. I've never seen... Like, at least she's on a couch. She's not on the floor for once, which is surprising, but I don't know. I think I prefer the floor actually than this angle. Like my camera angle is like, whoa, I'm too close to the crotch region watching a podcast. That's weird. Okay, back to it. Thank you, Jelby Renee. And for that I say,
poverty mindset.
Stop having a poverty mindset, okay? Also, I just need to say this.
We're best friends.
And also,
It's okay to cry.
There you go. That is a helpful thing that Heidi has said once upon a time. Okay, back to Heidi talking about chemical-free highs.
Chemicals that create a high, and it actually eases your nervous system. So I'm already there, I'm feeling it, and I'm thinking, God, how can I feel this all the time? Like, how can I feel this peace all the time? And then he goes into this meditation or these words where he's saying, you are meant to create. He's literally saying this to the room. You are meant to create. Whatever that creation is, it is meant for the world. It is not meant to sit inside of you. Sorry. It's this beautiful dark room.
And I just wholly disagree. I'm sorry. Like, if you want to create something, great, but I don't think it's like any wild thought, any unresearched, regurgitated tips that I'm just going to come up with on a whim and like, oh, someone from a yoga class said like, doing breath work will heal your depression. I'm just like repeating the message on my Instagram is a necessary thing for the entire world to hear, and that is going to feed your quote unquote purpose in life. But okay, here we go. Here's Heidi's stories. Here's the irony of the day. I won't play the whole thing. It's just her walking through the bathroom. When you choose to become a mother, you unknowingly are giving up all rights to privacy. Ironically, once again, recording her own children just existing in the world here. That's funny. Okay, here we go.
To take his multivitamin, but he was using Q-tips and lotion and hairspray and all of the things.
Using hairspray.
What were you doing with your hair?
What do you mean? Drying it off? There's
I
not
know, you're
hairspray
putting
even
your-
in there.
By the way, I know they are. These are those Mary
I'm
Ruth
actually
things that I
gonna
talked.
This is riveting content. I'm so glad if I was this owner of this stupid supplement company, I'd be like, oh, wow, what a great commercial. I'm so glad we partnered with this influencer. It's very high quality. Oh, okay. Her and her son are arguing and talking over each other.
Hold on, you can actually get a testimonial straight from the source. Maddox, what do you think about these?
I think they're pretty dang good. It tastes like candies.
They do taste like candy.
But like, they don't taste super sugary. You know.
Yeah. So these are the only multivitamin.
I don't have any.
I just bought this because I left my want it. Or no, not want it. You can use it.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
This is who's giving advice about no longer needing anxiety. I have all this. I'm going to help you develop your life, your personal self-fulfilling life. This is the person. And again, like I don't know, she's got her own issues, but I really hate that I'm an expert. Listen to my podcast and your life is a chaotic mess. God. I think it's going to come in late. Again, I heard the sound alert. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let me start this frame. Okay, before I finish this, ignore the circles under my eyes. This is what it looks like to arrive at midnight, to stay up till 2:30 a.m. unpacking, and then to wake up at 7 because I can't sleep past 7. What I was saying is this is the last day. You're going to go eat? Okay. This is the last day to get the special on Mary Ruth. So my code, MRO.
Okay, so very great content once again. Okay, now she's going to show her kids again. We'll skip that. She doesn't give her kids a break. Okay, preview, another preview, testimonials. Okay, more of her children. Okay, today. What is her vacation? She's on vacation, by the way, apparently. This girl never goes on vacation. This woman never travels, ever. I'm just kidding. She's like always going somewhere. And she's like, I haven't had a break in 15 minutes. It's horrible. Her agenda today is breakfast, workout with the teens, beach, fun zone, and more. Also, thank you to Rainy Cannon. Thank you, Rainy Cannon. Rainy Cannon says, with all due respect to Dave, I think we should revisit his iconic breathwork session with Heidi. I don't know if I'm up for that tonight. That was something. That was definitely a moment in history, in Hollisville history. Heidi and Dave behind Heidi, them doing extreme breathwork sessions on an Instagram live in the backyard of their house. So that's the memory. If you want to go back in time and find that. It happened probably, a year and a half ago? Weird times, man. Weird times. But yeah, that was definitely a top 10 moment, I think, in Hollisville history. And for that, I say, Rainy Cannon,
I don't do murder. That is not a thing I do.
in case you're wondering. And also, I just want to say this.
Great comment. That's really cute. I love that.
And it's true, I did. Thank you, Rainy Cannon. Okay, more stuff. What is this? It says to even be included in the same sentence as Mel is an honor. Okay. She's got to drop the fangirling. Breakfast, more kids being shown. So nothing is new at all. It's the literal repeat of what we've seen before. So let's now go to the podcast. We're going to watch it on YouTube because I love to see a crotch shot. And we're going to check it out. So it's got 1.1 thousand views. So it's viral, everybody. It's gone viral. She claimed that, or she shared something that claimed like it was on the top 10 list of all self-help podcasts in the world or something. And the list to me looked janky, so I don't think that's necessarily true. I would be surprised. Again, there's something fishy going on with podcasts. How these people can make the same exact content, put it on YouTube and get 0 views, but make a podcast of the same content and then claim it's like, it's been downloaded 100 bazillion trillion times. It's like, how? That just resonates so much more on a podcast? Like, something's fishy with this. But we're going to watch it on the viral YouTube page. This is called Finding My Voice, Why You Can't Let Fear Hold Your Story Back. This is the first ever episode. She is vulnerable. She is getting a whisper from God to do this. And we have it broken down in different sections. So take it away, Heidi Lane. Let's hear what you got to say, girl. Hey.
You've made it to episode 1 of Heidi's Lane. Heidi's Lane. Lane is my actual last name. It's something we'll discuss in a future podcast episode. Powell.
No, I think that solves it. That was the mystery. We're going to discuss what changing your name it means when you get married. No, I think we got it. We get it.
Is how you know me. Thank you first and foremost for being here. It is very, very much an honor, and I am humbled. And there's a slight feeling of unworthiness to have you listening to this.
I don't think so.
And actually, that is the reason why.
If you're saying God told you to do this, I don't feel like you really think you're unworthy for people to hear it. I think that you're investing money into this. I think you think you're worthy of people listening. Just a guess.
Why this podcast, which has been in talks for a long time, and I've already pre-recorded 6 episodes. So 6 of the episodes that will come next, maybe 4. I might cut out 2 of them, but 4 to 6 of the episodes come.
Right off the bat, she's keeping us on track. She's leading this. She's just a great leader, taking us down the road of what we can expect. 4, 6, I don't know. There's like some nutrition training. There's some like challenges. You can lose weight, but it's not about weight loss. Remember those days? Oh my God. It was like the most confusing explanation of like what product you're selling. And here we go. What's coming next? 4 episodes, 6 episodes? Who knows? Just stick around for the journey. If this ever goes past a month of time. That's not to like dog on her too hard, but I'm going to for a second. Like she had this whole idea, 5-Minute Fridays, that's done. That hasn't been posted in 10 months. She kind of abandoned that. Then she had a thing called Fit Over Fit 40. Here's her booty that she was doing a series of and hired a videographer for to record her, prepping for a fitness competition that never actually occurred. That was abandoned. And that was before Dave had died. If Dave had died and then she stopped these things, that's one thing. But she seems to be the type that starts something, does it for a little bit, either doesn't get praised enough or doesn't get enough money for it and then ditches it with no real super, integrity about it, explaining like what's going on. Okay, here we go. Back to it.
April, May, June.
Wait, hold on, let me go back.
Which has been in talks for to have you listening to this. And actually, that is the reason why this podcast, which has been in talks for a long time, and I've already pre-recorded 6 episodes. So 6 of the episodes that will come next, maybe 4. I might cut out 2 of them, but 4 to 6 of the episodes coming next.
Maybe 3. I don't know.
Were recorded back in April, May, June. When inspiration for this podcast was so strong, I knew it was at the time what God wanted me to do. It was so clear. I was on fire, and something happened.
What?
Around June that brought this whole thing to a screeching halt.
What was it?
And what happened is fear crept in. I don't even know that I could pinpoint what fear I had, but fear of doing something new, potentially. Fear of...
Once again, she already had a podcast 2 years ago.
My podcast not being a thing that actually helps people. Fear of, what if I launch this thing and I can't keep up with what it requires with, my new change of pace in life where I am focusing a lot less on work and giving 100% of my time that I'm with my kids to my kids. Fear of...
and by giving time to my kids, I mean forcing them to record testimonials about vitamins that they may or may not be taking. for my Instagram followers. That's what I mean by that.
To be honest, fear of being too much. And I think a lot of people listening to this right now can relate to that, because as I've opened up about my fear of being too much, I realize I'm not the only one. Fear of, do my words even matter? Fear of, I'm not Mel Robbins. Why would they want to listen to me? Right?
To be fair, I don't want to listen to Mel Robbins either. So they're both equally unlistenable, unhearable to me.
I mean, all of these insecurities. And what's interesting is the more fear, the more fear I experienced, the more fear I let dictate me, is what I'll say. The more I shut off from the world. So I recorded April, May.
She posts 50 times a day on Instagram. Just saying.
June. And it was amazing. And then it was like July hit, and we did a lot of traveling with the kids. And because I was pulled away with the kids quite a bit, I was a little more isolated from the world and social media and the idea of my inspiration, right? Which was to do this podcast. I ended up August. I retreated a little bit. It was like the more I retreated, the more I isolated, the more fear I had, and the more.
I don't remember, again, 1 week, maybe a week and a half where she was gone from Instagram and then immediately came back. And before that, she was posting constantly every move she made. So I don't know what she's talking about retreating. Maybe she's like, I only posted 10 times a day as opposed to the normal 25. But I don't remember a long period of time where she wasn't around. But I didn't see constant updates about what her life was going on. And I just feel like, there's nothing more engaging than discussing what didn't actually happen between the last couple months. Like, yeah, it was August. And then I think it was July when I had to spend time with my children that kept this from, it's like, just from a content creation standpoint, like, we don't need all this background. I could give no care about this whatsoever. Like, what your dates are, unless it has some meaning, but I doubt it. Like, let's just edit this part out next time, Heidi. Okay, please.
Fear I had, the more I isolated. And in August, I actually went off social media. August, September, I went off for nearly a month.
We need to fact check that somehow. I do not believe it was an entire month. There's no way. She was gone for like a week and a half, and everyone was like, where is she? And that's how like noticeable it was. There's no way that she was gone for a month. I'd be shocked. My time like perception must be completely off then if that's true.
Because I think I was so crippled with fear of how I could show up in the world and actually matter, that I decided that I didn't matter and I didn't need to show up in the world, which is ridiculous, because we all matter. Every single person listening to this matters, and you have a voice and you have something important to say. And I mean, I would tell anybody, inspiration is from God or higher power or creator. And when we actually listen to the inspiration and we create from it, magic happens. And when we don't,
as they say, is the magic in the room with us right now? It's feeling a little bit pragmatic right now, Heidi.
Like,
less magical.
I had a friend say something, and I'll get to it in a minute, but the way that I see it is inspiration is like a spark. It's like a candle that's lit, right? It's a fire on the candle. So it's a little fire. And inspiration, when it's inside of us, when it comes, it is meant, that fire, that light is meant to be brought out of us and brought forward to the world so that it can grow, because that fire will grow.
And we want to burn the world down one podcast at a time. My little spark must catch on to all the trees in the area. I also live in the desert, so we need to burn it down to the ground. And as my good friend, comedian Rachel Hollis, also singer-songwriter sometimes, said, burn the bridges on the way from living your life, queen. Go. Woo! Right? That was what she meant to say. She forgot. This podcast is 50 minutes long, and we have endured 5 minutes thus far. I don't know if there's structure. I'm assuming this is a loosey-goosey, structureless podcast that has no beginning, middle, and end. But we'll see. We'll see. I guess this is the pre-work, the pre-setup to why this podcast exists. And I'm not comprehending it, but maybe it'll all tie together. We got to give it a chance. We got to give it another 15, 20 minutes to see if it all comes together.
Light will grow. But when the inspiration or that fire is kept inside of us, it literally burns a hole in us. And that's what was happening. So what's interesting is I don't think I knew that was the reason I was feeling the way that I was. I just was not feeling well. And I started to, over the last month, develop again what felt like anxiety. So the same kind of anxiety that I struggled with a year ago. And I've only struggled with it.
Yeah, let's go up a little higher. Maybe one and a quarter.
2 times in my life. Last August, September, this August, September, which is kind of crazy and wild. And
it's interesting how she says she had anxiety, September, whatever. She didn't have any anxiety when Dave died? Not at all? Nothing? Just you were fine then? Interesting. She just randomly had anxiety because she wasn't living her gifts or wasn't giving her gifts to the world to be monetized. That's what causes her anxiety, not the death of her ex-boyfriend. But interesting. I mean, hey, that's good. I prefer you not to have anxiety, but it's just surprising that that's the 2 times that she's ever had anxiety.
Anxiety for me comes with symptoms that are manifested and create physiological symptoms that I create in my body that make me feel ill or sick or not unwell. Last year, it landed me in the hospital. I'm not going to lie. This year, it landed me in many doctor's appointments. And I think last year's was a little different. This year, I think with having...
Define doctor. That needs to be clarified now. Now, after the whole Jesse Lee saga, I need you to tell me what type of doctor, because doctor is a very loosely used term in this industry.
Dave pass in February. I'll be honest, there's been a lot of grief. There's been a lot of sadness. There's been a lot of highs. There's been a lot of lows. I do feel like I'm in a great place with how I care for myself. I'm in a great place with how I communicate with God, for once. We get into that in future episodes. I do know, though, that death is a really frightening thing for me. And
just for her. Everyone else is cool with it.
Just like when my dad had passed 12 years ago, I now, since February 11th, 2023, I've been in a place of, I would call it an existential crisis, but I don't know that it's a crisis. It's an existential awareness, an awareness of my mortality, like a real awareness that life as we know it does end for all of us. And I think so many of us, myself included, are so scared of that, that we almost run away from it and we don't look at it. We don't want to think about it. We don't want to talk about it. And so I've kind of been on a quest where I'm trying to reframe it for me and not be as scared of it. And for me, part of that process and that journey comes through making sure I'm living the most fulfilled life, and most fulfilled for me is inside of my home with my family. But it's been scary because inside of my home with my family does in some ways pull me out of the world, which is where for years and years I felt valuable. I felt loved. I have, there are people that I have loved and I do love, you guys. And so to pull that out of my life and be more in my home has been a big challenge for me. And the fulfillment and the moments with my kids, oh my gosh, you guys, they are better than ever. And they're beautiful. And the depth of my relationship with my kids and our ability to open up and to talk about things that I don't know that I would have had the space or created the space for my kids to be as open and deep.
Wait, the thing is though, and I agree with her about the death thing. I have issues with that. I think everyone does. And I agree with Dominique, like everyone's got this at some point. So I have nothing really negative to say about that. I think it's actually an interesting admission that I don't think she's the first one to say this, like, I'm afraid to die. But yeah, if someone close to you dies, I think that usually puts your mind in perspective. Like, even people, when Dave died, it happened to me where I was like, oh my God, like, it kind of like jolts you into a thing. Or when Jesse Lee passed, like, it also, like, it causes an emotional disturbance, I think. So I'm on board with that. Now, is she going to provide a solution? I don't think so, but, I can't disagree with what she's saying there. But when she's saying this stuff now about like, oh, now I'm home with my kids all the time and it's a different lifestyle and whatever, like, what is she doing the last couple of years other than traveling to Austin and Dave coming to Phoenix to be with her? Like, what was the difference? She was doing virtual fitness challenges from her home. She was saying back then that she was like a full-time mom and, a mommy influencer. And I saw the kids every day on her Instagram. So I don't understand what's changed. She's making it seem like, oh, before I was like working on Wall Street till midnight every night, stockbroking. And now I'm home with my children. It's really different. It's like, I don't think anything's changed logistically. Maybe her mindset's changed where she's like not being helped by a dude, in some sort of business capacity. But other than that, I don't know what's different for her life. I'm interested to hear.
With me as they are now, that is unmatched. And so I wouldn't change that for the world. And also, it's been a little bit hard being pulled out of my purpose or choosing to step out of my other purpose, right? So my number one purpose is my kids and my family. But to step out of my other purpose that brought me so much comfort and so much joy and so much love and fulfillment.
And what is that? What is that? Being on Instagram?
Right. And excitement. And it's been hard because I've never really known how to be inside of work or passion like this and to not be all in. And all in makes it challenging for me to be the kind of mom that I want to be. I think I was a great mom before, but I want to be a better mom. And we all have things. I have things I need to work on as well. And I always have, but that's another story for another day.
So we have we're going to find out about her last name and what it is in a future episode. We're going to find out about her relationship with God. And we're going to find out about all the mistakes she makes as a parent. Wow. She is really she's got the episodes written down. But not today. We're not going to get into that today. We got to stay focused on what happened in August.
But the more into mom role I got, the more I retreated. I think the more exhausted I was. Honestly, I have had days since June is when now it's clicking. June is when I decided I did not want house help. I didn't want a nanny. I didn't want anyone to run my kids around. I was going to do it all myself.
She said that she was doing, this is the same thing with like Rachel. Like they say, oh, like I do everything. And then the next day, like I got rid of my nanny that I've had for the last 5 years. It's like, oh, when were they around? I don't remember them being mentioned before. But now that they're gone by choice, now they're going to bring attention to it because now they're really doing it on their own. It's like your children are like 18. Like your oldest one is 18 years old. I guess it was time. I don't know. Okay.
Which I have loved every minute of it. And I have been freaking tired at the end of every day. Like I am more exhausted by 2 p.m. That's not even the end of the day. I'm more exhausted by 2 p.m. every day now than I was by 2 a.m. before, when I had someone around the house helping me with running the kids around and making dinner so I didn't have to do it, so I could just enjoy it with the kids, running errands for me, getting my cars washed, whatever it was, doing my laundry.
I've never heard her in the history of me listening to her talk about the help that she's gotten around the house or the help she's always complained about. The stuff is out. Oh my God, I'm so stressed. I had to make a mac and cheese. Oh my God. Like there's always been like, I'm just so overwhelmed all the time. And now she's saying, I have people washing cars for me all day. Wow. My sympathy is dropping for her in the past.
I had someone doing all of that. And helping manage my kids' schedules. I felt like I could tackle the world. I was showing up everywhere in work and, showing up for my community and for the world on social media. And like when I got to spend my time with the kids and then I'd lay my head on my pillow at like midnight, go to sleep, wake up feeling refreshed at 6 a.m. And it's not that way now. Like now I am like tired. I am tired.
Am I supposed to feel sympathy or what? Because I feel like you had a pretty good run there. You had like nearly 20 years of a lot of free time. I don't really feel that bad. I'm sorry.
I stopped recording the podcast. I pulled away any idea of a launch date and I let fear of all of the things constrict me to the point where anxiety set in, physical ailments were present, and I decided I wasn't meant to do this podcast. And then what happened is I got sick.
Trust your intuition. Trust your gut. That's what I heard before on a podcast, probably by you. Trust your gut. Don't do this podcast. We don't need it. We're good. We're good. We got Mel Robbins. We're fine. We're fine.
And sicker and saw more doctors and more doctors. I even had a hard time swallowing for the past few weeks. It's been really an interesting thing, you guys. I'm embarrassed to tell you this, but I'm also telling you this because I want you to know that anxiety is real.
I'm sorry. I never knew. Thank you, Heidi. You couldn't swallow? Can we go back to that? What about swallowing? What? Why aren't you swallowing? Is that an anxiety symptom? I've never experienced that. Unfortunately, fortunately, I guess I've not experienced that. Not being able to swallow for weeks. That is an interesting one. Okay, I'm curious again to hear. We'll hear about that in another podcast. I have a swallowing story that I'll tell you later.
Anxiety is real. And I believe that our anxiety is trying to tell us something. And for me, what anxiety was trying to tell me was that I was meant for more than I was actually doing because of fear. Let me take a drink. Hold.
She just spits everywhere.
I had a friend.
I have not been swallowing, as I said. Just continues. Okay.
Who recently sent me a voice note. And the quote she gave me was from John Acuff. And she said, fear gets a voice, but fear does not get a vote. And then she told me, because I had said, one of my fears is I'm not Mel Robbins. Who's going to listen to me? And she was like, you're not Mel Robbins. You'll never be Mel Robbins. You weren't meant to be Mel Robbins. You are Heidi Lane, the one and the only Heidi Lane. And what you have to say, and however you say it, is what the world needs to hear. And then she went on to say, if this podcast, Heidi, helps just one person, if one person hears your words and is positively impacted and their life is shifted because of what you say, then it will have been worth it. And I was like, oh yeah.
That's a sales tactic to get this friend who probably is selling a how to make a podcast course for her is selling it. Like, don't quit because I need to get my retainer fee for editing these videos with whoosh sound effects and pink popping letters on the screen because we're very unique here. She wants to make that sale, baby. So that's probably what your friend is saying to you, and saying that even if one person listens, it's worth it. Invest.
That's what I used to operate by, was that. And then something shifted. And I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's not having, a male behind me, if I'm being honest. Dave, and I know many women who have dealt with this, who kind of have felt the same. I've always had a male next to me. My dad, Chris, Dave, right? And Dave was my biggest believer. And so
no mention of Derek, her first husband, who her oldest two children are the dad of. Interesting. I guess they're still fighting. So it seems like my dad, Dave, Chris, crickets. Crickets? Do I say crickets? Or is it? What about Derek? Marp. This is what I think of when I hear Derek. Pretend I'm Heidi. He gets forgotten. Oh, poor guy.
To not have him has been interesting and hard. And to do this on my own has been really scary, because it's like, what if I do it wrong? And then I'm like, what are you talking about, Heidi? You tell people all of the time the only way to do something wrong is to not do it at all, or to try and do it like somebody else, right? When this is meant to be done as me. So back to the swallowing. I
have to cut that soundbite. Back to the swallowing. Okay, back to it. Let me just do it real quick for you.
You guys, I don't know if I want to tell you the depth of sickness that I thought I was. I literally thought myself so sick. I'll tell you, I ended up going to the hospital because I truly was having physiological symptoms that I could not explain. Okay. And this was just last week. I could hardly eat. Like I was like, what is happening to me? I'm of course WebMDing it, which is the absolute worst thing you can possibly do. Don't ever WebMD anything, because automatically upon the first Google search, you're going to believe you have cancer and everything in the world, right? And that you're dying tomorrow. And that's how I felt. I truly felt like I was dying, and I did not stop my routine. So through this, one thing I remember from last year, through this anxiety, which anxiety for me comes with depression. So I don't have anxiety. I don't have depression. I am Heidi, and I experience anxiety occasionally. And I was experiencing depression. And I can say was now because there was an incremental point.
You're saying that this was a week ago. You were in the hospital from all your physiological symptoms, and you're like, I did have anxiety last week. Okay, I didn't eat at all last week, but my anxiety is gone because I had a mind shift. I had a mind blow up, and I was thinking about something while listening to another podcast, and I no longer have it. I don't have it anymore. Loser. If you have it, you are a loser. That's what I feel.
Where all of this shifted for me. But throughout the whole thing, I knew, okay, Heidi, stick with your routine. Every single morning I wake up, I added a few things too, thanks to Chris Powell, my ex, who was aware of what was happening. He was helping me through it. Actually, he would talk me off of a ledge some days. And really,
that's healthy.
He would just talk some peace into me. But thanks to Chris, I added sunlight exposure in the morning. So every single morning I wake up, I go for a walk around my neighborhood. I get sunlight exposure. I try and look not directly into the sun, but I try to open my eyes so the sun can get into my retinas, which there's been a lot of research on how great that is for you. I then go, after I get the kids ready, I go do my workout every single morning.
Hold on. She's like, I felt like I was dying, but I did not get away from my routine. And that makes me superior. Hold on. This is what I have to say about staring directly into the sun.
Take off your glasses and go drive a vehicle.
Okay. What else?
You can choose to stay blind.
That's what the sun is saying to Heidi as she's trying to stare at it to get healed from depression. Heidi, listen to this.
You do not need glasses.
Just stare directly in the sun. It'll heal everything.
At the same time, at the same gym. I do my cold plunging. I do my sauna. I do my breath work. I amped up the breath work over this past week because I'm like, I need something. And I know my nervous system, when I'm feeling that agitation, I know without a shadow of a doubt, the one thing I can always count on is a combination of prayer, meditation, and breath work. Without a shadow of a doubt, that always works. So I did a class on last Friday. I did a class on Monday. I did a class on Wednesday this week. Today is Saturday. Okay. And in the classes, I have a new epiphany. I have a new revelation every single time.
I need to cut that too. Every class, I have a new epiphany, a new revelation every single time. Yeah, that's probably because it's a fleeting thought. That's what all these people have. Every experience they have a new epiphany. It's like, well, that negates the last epiphany you had. It doesn't matter. I've evolved since last week. I am now closer to being a godlike figure, and I have a podcast now, so I can share this with the losers that listen. Yeah, it's like every time they have epiphany, they're like, it's worth it, again, to share it to the masses. They'll just eat it all up. This is useful. Doesn't need to be tested or tried and true. No. Does not need to be tested over a long period of time. No. Just send it out. There you go.
And in addition, I have peace. I have calm. It's beautiful. It's amazing. Well, Tuesday this week, I got an outreach from a friend that I did not see until Wednesday. This friend, her name is Kiera Britton, who you're going to meet in future episodes. So this sweet friend of mine, I'm not going to go too far into who she is, besides she is one of my absolute dearest friends. She's one of the most magnetic, beautiful souls I've ever met.
Vote yes or no that Heidi met this person within the last 6 months. Vote yes if you think she met her 6 months or less, or say no if you think that they've been lifelong friends. Just guessing.
And she recorded and has been a humongous part of why this podcast exists. She even recorded the first 4 episodes with me, 6 episodes, but 4 that will come out.
I think this is the short hair blonde chick that she's been going to Pink concerts with. Let's take a little second. I need a break anyways. What was her name? Kiera Britton? B-R-I. Oh God. I can go here, right? I can search Kiera. Okay. Kath. Didn't she have a picture with this lady? I'm pretty sure it's the one I'm thinking of. She's got short blonde hair, and she was helping her in Utah with the podcast. How do you spell her name? Kiera, is that correct? Oh my gosh. Let's search. Kiera. No. Kira, let's try. Oh my gosh. Don't look at that, everybody. Nope. K. Katie, Sean King, Carly, Ken something, Kendra, Crystal, Cass, Katrina, Karen, Katie, Kelly, Anne, Kelly, Katie, Jackie, Valerie, Kylie, Kathy, Kayla, Kara, Kristen, Christy, Kim, Gary. Wasn't it a girl? She does something where she ghost writes books. Let's see. Oh God, I put ghost and Gabby Bernstein popped up. Okay, well, this is getting boring. Okay, never mind. Well, we'll just have to just imagine what she looks like. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's try. Okay, I'll try one more. Kyra. That's a good one. Nope. Give a shout out. Give a legitimate shout out, Heidi. We want to look these people up and see what they're all about.
As like a
I'll look on my
security
phone.
blankie. You're going to fall in love with her. Let me just tell you that, because it's impossible not to be in her energy and just to be enveloped in it and to be activated and have everything magnified. Anyway, Kiera, I look at my phone on Wednesday. I went to go text her about something. I don't remember. And I realized she had sent me a message on Tuesday, so the day prior. And her message said, hey, I just got a prompting from God and you need to get your ass going on that podcast. And I was like, I don't think I'm going to reply to her. This was Wednesday morning because I'm like, I'm not doing.
Yeah, I would not reply to that either. God told me, get off your ass and work. Nobody wants to work in podcasts anymore. Also, pay me, because I'm definitely being paid in this scenario. This is not a friendship. This is a pay to play relationship. I'm almost 100% positive.
Doing the podcast. I don't have the heart to tell her. I know we recorded all of these episodes, but I'm not meant for that. I'm meant to be home. I don't know how to juggle all of it. I'm so busy. And I needed to reply to her about something. So I replied to her. I texted her about something. And I was like, hey, listen, about the podcast, Kiera, I want to do it, but I'm so busy. And I didn't tell her I was busy going to doctors and trying to figure out what was wrong with me. Because I was on weeks with my kids. I was with my kids. And then
She's like, this is my best friend. I lie to her constantly. Thank you. Hold on. To Cindy. Shout out Cindy, who just DM'd me on Instagram and gave me the name, the spelling. So now we can look. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Wait, they're not friends? Weird. Okay, let me search just generally. Wait, maybe she blocked me. Am I blocked? I didn't do anything to this lady. Dang. Okay, hold on. This happens all the time to me. Why do people hate me? I didn't even know this person. I don't even know you. I don't know you. I didn't do anything, I don't think. So, let's see. I'm searching Instagram. Am I blocked from everything, or is this I just can't spell or something? Let's see, Heidi Powell. No, what the hell? Ghost writer. Image. She's been scrubbed from my internet. It's spelled K. Okay, let me just look it up again. K-E-R-A. first name, last name, Brinton. There she is. Okay. Let's see. Let's do the official have I been blocked for no reason test. Here she is. She's authentic, insightful, empowering. Her head is cut off, but don't worry about that. She does exist. So I'm assuming this is a coach that Heidi has employed and is now calling her best friend. I'm just assuming. She helps prevent writer's block and burnout while crafting your book on a 6-day immersive writing experience. You can do a masterclass, become empowered to transcend AI-generated content. What? Discover your authentic voice and trigger creative flow. You can do a one-on-one. We transform your writing and leadership journey. You can activate the creator event, which is ignite your creative brilliance and immerse yourself in boundless flow at this transformative event. Okay, so that's googly gop. Authentic author journey, enrich your storytelling through a purpose-driven community, monthly coaching and exclusive courses, and of course, digital courses, which encounter spiritual freedom, chakra healing, and business acumen, of course, the trifecta, to align purpose with prosperity. And she's also the founder and CEO of Joan of Arc Publishing. That's my favorite publishing house. Okay, let's click on Instagram. Okay, I'm not blocked. Well, I'm also not signed in, so we'll see. Okay, so this is what she claims to do. I help authors write their books fast and change the world with their message. Grab your free ticket to my live writing workshop on, it was yesterday. Go back in time and then you can do it. So here's her page. Let's take a look. Wait, okay, give me a second. Let's see if I can sign in, and then we'll do the true test whether I was blocked or not. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm not blocked. False alarm, everybody. I take it all back. All right, here we go. So amazing. An author. Okay, where's Heidi? I don't see no Heidis in here. She's walking in the desert. She's doing stuff.
Day 2. We're just barely embarking on some fun. Is this fun? Is this fun right now?
Oh, well, I think it's going to be cold.
We're swimming in the river. But we got a lot of updates we're going to do later. Just proving
so good.
that we are going to go play, even though we worked for a good...
maybe 10 hours.
10 hours! It was worth it. It was so worth it.
So this is who God has chosen to speak through and speak to directly. So, try to match her vibe and maybe you'll start getting called by God as well.
Hello, my friends. It's been a really long time since I've done a live. Like 2 months.
A really long time. It's been 5 seconds. Okay, here's her screaming and then we'll go back. You can go to retreat. You can go in an ice bath. Okay, you can, there's bowls, crystal bowls in an ice bath. This is how you write. This is how all authors write books, by the way. I'm 100% sure this is the process that Edgar Allan Poe went through when he was writing. He was like, yeah, I'm ready to go into the depths of my soul for good literature. But first, ice bath, baby. Let's get some high fives going on. And then, of course, the hotel room with the yoga nidra. Oh, we got a traditional drum. I wonder if that's from Norway. I'm sorry. All this stuff is so cringe to me. It's like... they're all the same. Like there's no originality at all. These are 100%, 99.9% of the time, all the same itinerary. She's like, tell me all your fears so I can sell against it. Let me talk to God for you for a sec. He communicates directly with me. Okay. Anyways, all right, let's go back. That's her. That's who she's talking about. Just thought it was interesting to Put a face to the name, okay? Here we go. Back to it. Besties. We're besties.
Because I was on weeks with my kids. I was with my kids. And then weeks without, it was like doctor's appointment. I mean, yeah. And there's some embarrassment and some shame telling you this. But I was so scared of dying that I was not living. Like I was so scared of dying that I was actually dying. If that makes sense. I believe.
Okay. This is what she said before too. She was like, after Dave died, she went on a whole thing. She's like, I had anxiety that I felt like I was dying. I felt like I was dying. I felt like I was dying. It's like, well, your ex-boyfriend actually died. So I guess like in between the two of who's going through a harder time right now, it's him. I'm not trying to like make fun of her. I mean, I am, but like, I don't know. It's like, it's weird. It's weird. Maybe you should get this checked out before you make a podcast. Again, she said this is from a week ago. She's having symptoms. It's like, okay, maybe you should process this first before you start talking.
You can allow fear to cripple you, fear of death to cripple you so much that you begin to die. You guys, I was dying and Heidi, I was sad.
You're not dying. I'm sorry to say, that's like an insult to people who are dying.
And I wasn't showing up on social for a reason. And I even had some people reply when I finally did. And they're like, are you okay? You seem sad. And what's interesting, I couldn't make sense of all this. Okay. Because I've spent.
And we know sadness is not allowed in this world. You are not allowed to experience sadness. You must show up at all times with full faith and happiness and a fake smile and a course to sell. And that's what the girlies want. Okay. We all know that. So because a loved one of hers, even though they're exes, died still pretty recently, someone she spent a lot of time with publicly has died, and she's still going through that. People just don't get it. People want to see her happy and healthy and bubbly and doing squats, I guess. But that's the whole environment they create. They don't want to hear that you have problems. Sell me the thing. Tell me what to do. Inspire me. No one wants to hear that's it, like seeking out self-help. They don't want to hear, I'm actually going through a hard time. They're like, shh, why are you sad? Stop.
Months doing so much work on myself, even going to a retreat, a no phone, a no computer retreat. And I'm like, man, maybe this is just the depth that comes after digging up so much inside of me, right? It's like, it's that whole line.
It's probably avoiding therapy is what is actually causing. It's doing everything but addressing the actual issues in your life that is probably causing this anxiety to come up. It's doing the breath work and the cold plunges and the saunas and the retreats and all this stuff without actually addressing the psychological issues at hand here, the trauma you've experienced, and ignoring it and thinking all these other things are working. That's exactly what happened to me. And that's what pushed me to the edge. Basically, before I got into actual therapy, I was doing all those things, the chiropractic, spiritual work, the breath work, the yoga, the life coaching. I did it all, and I was getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And then all of a sudden it got so bad that I was like, my boyfriend was like, you need to go to therapy or we're going to have problems in this relationship. And it pushed me and like woke me up enough to get help. And I feel like she needs somebody in her life to not be an enabler, like probably this Kiera person is. And it's like, say like, God told me you should go to therapy. Actually, God actually said, yeah, the podcast is fine. Don't worry about it. Get into a therapeutic setting immediately and actually be honest with them, because what you're doing now is obviously causing your problems. Anyways, Chels Marie. Thank you so much, Chels Marie. Chels Marie says, I'm late, but the privilege to go to doctor after doctor in this country, then decide the solution is start a podcast for stress over medical bills. Yeah. Well, she's stressed because she had to get rid of her cook. Okay. So we need to give her a little bit of, grace here, because she's really going through it, guys. She's really suffering because she had a cook that apparently lived in a cupboard underneath her kitchen, and that we never saw in any of her social posts, which I appreciate, but it's very interesting. And I just need to say this. Where is it?
Stop it. Get some help.
And I also need to say, what else do I need to say? I want to say some sad. Where's my sad music? Oh, I don't have it. Damn it. I need my sad. Well, I guess this will have to do. Okay, that was supposed to be my sad music, but I don't have it. I'll have to add it. Also this.
The mango frequency.
Just needed to add that in there. Thank you, Chels Marie. Thank you very much. And also Rainy Cannon. Thank you so much, Rainy Cannon. Rainy Cannon says, it's so funt God never calls them to go to therapy. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. God never calls them to go to therapy. Yeah, if only they were a therapist, I'm sure God would be saying that. God said to sign up for my program. He told me directly. So you know that's truth. This is how God speaks, by the way. Do y'all get the message? That means start your podcast and start divulging your deepest feelings to the ether. And that'll help somebody somehow. Don't question it. How it helps anyone. Just trust. Thank you, Rainy Cannon. I appreciate it. All right. We're halfway through. Almost.
Said before, the silence scares me because it screams the truth. It's a line from a Pink song. And where I previously had busy. Now, I didn't have busy. And so these crazy worries and insecurities. I mean, I was having insecurity, you guys, of my hair loss, more so than ever. My hair has not freaking changed. If anything, it's getting better. But I mean, I was crippled with fears over the last few weeks of losing my hair. And then I was crippled with fears of aging and what that would mean for my ability to maintain muscle and provide to this world. And okay, well, what else? And then it led to these things. What's going to happen in my body? Right. And oh my gosh, is it happening already? Am I okay? Doctor's appointment, hospital. Holy moly. And so I text Kiera back and hey, I said, I've been really busy. I don't know that I can do this podcast right now. And I said, to be honest, I'm just trying to stay afloat and I'm going to breath work when I can. I'm trying to make it through today. That's actually what I said to her.
Okay, now I don't know what Kiera is going to say back, but as a good best friend, she should say, honor yourself. That sounds good. Take care of whatever you need to take care of. It sounds like you're really busy. I'll be here when you need me. Right? That would be a good friend. Or, hey, how can I support you? I, don't want you to be overwhelmed. This is a big change. It's been a hard year. How can I help? Okay, I'm assuming what she's going to say is, she said, no, bitch, God told me, get your ass up and make a podcast. And I was so inspired by that. That's what I'm assuming is about to happen right now. And thank you, Mai says, it kind of looks like you are smaller and sitting on the couch with her. Yes, I'm just here supporting the crotch area. It's called crotch couch, and I'm here relaxing on it. It does feel weird. Like I feel like I'm like intruding on a private moment, like between friends when you're, on FaceTime or something. It just seems a little too, there's something called too casual, and it's this. It is definitely this. We've reached a point where there's no gatekeeping anymore. There's no professionalism. There's not even angles where your legs aren't in it. I don't know. I just think self-help podcasts should be shot from the torso up. I think that's a rule that we could all agree on, right? Come on. Anyways, back to it. Thank you, everybody.
And she replied and said, hey, Heidi, I want to let you know that I can hear it in your voice. She was very bold. You had inspiration from God to do this podcast. You had inspiration from God to do this podcast, to get it out to the world, to have it be the thing. And she said, I was there. I experienced the same inspiration. I get nothing from telling you to get this thing out, but I'm letting you know that creation, that inspiration from God that is still sitting inside of you is killing you. She said, you sound like you are dying, and I believe you are dying because you are not living your purpose.
Oh my God. She's like, oh, I know that my new friend, who I'm definitely am getting paid by, has a fear of death right now. And she probably shared that with me. So I'm going to tell her that she's dying if she doesn't put out this stupid podcast that does not need to exist. That's a great friend. Really good friend. Ooh, let me just scare her into posting her private feelings on a podcast for no reason. Good friendship. God.
because you're not allowing that creation to come out to the world. So what do I need to do? She said, I have news for you, but you are always going to be busy. She said, you have been busy since I met you 20 years ago, over 20 years ago. You've never not been.
They made her 20 years ago. I was wrong, you guys. I was so wrong. Damn it. That's me crying and farting. I'm so upset.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
That's how I feel when I get something wrong. Wow. I thought they just met 6 months ago. I apologize, everybody. I'm sorry. Back to it.
Been busy. You were busy when you were running challenges. You were busy when you were doing a TV show. You were busy. Now you're a mom and you are.
And look what happened. She's anxious and depressed and has a chaotic life. Yeah, maybe you should have heeded the warning back then that stop being so busy for the sake of being busy. Follow the other train of thought where you're like, the silence makes me uncomfortable because I have not dealt with my issues. Follow that train of thought. That God probably implanted that in your brain. Why don't you listen to that? Don't listen to this woman, random person.
Are busy filling your time. She said, if you put a podcast in there, which is a creation that you already declared to the world and that you already have been asked by God to bring forward to the world. If you put a podcast on your plate, you're going to be the same busy, but you're going to fit that podcast in. And she said, I'm letting you know, if you don't allow this to come out, you are as good as dying because your soul is not living. She said, you are meant to create, Heidi Lane.
That is insane. That is insane behavior. I just want to point that out, that there is no part of me at all that believes that what this woman is telling Heidi, who is obviously emotionally unstable, okay? I think we can all agree on that. Even Heidi has said that.
I am not emotionally stable.
To tell her, someone again who has just expressed that she has a fear of death and has gone through a death of her boyfriend recently, that not putting this podcast episode out is a death for her, is insane behavior. I just want to say this woman seems toxic AF.
You are meant to create and you are meant to heal. And I heard her and I was like, oh man, I got to let her know how bad this is. I actually decided to let her in on the severity of how everything was. I said, it's bad. I said, I actually feel like I'm in a place equivalent to last year. I don't feel great. And I don't know that now is the time for me to do this, is what I said to her.
I think that's...
And I said, I feel...
Finally, she was having some logic. Finally, Heidi was coming to her own thoughts, probably because things had slowed down. And now she's going to surround herself with people who tell her to the contrary. And this, I believe, is what happened to Dave. Dave, when they would be together, Dave would say something insightful in the sense of, maybe social media isn't where I should be right now. And then Heidi would be like, no, you have to. You must be here for the people to change their lives, blah, blah, blah. And then he would go back. And it's like, if it's not working for you, get the F off. It's horribly toxic for everybody. And it's horribly 10 million times more toxic for people who go through eating disorders, which she's talked about before, who have gone through trauma, anxiety, stress, issues. It's like, this is not the place for you at all at this time. Yet here we are.
Like the more I try to heal myself and pull away from the world, the less healed I feel. And I explained to her, I believe, I've never dealt with insecurities this big. We all have insecurities, but never like this. And I think what happened, I explained to her, is that I don't have my medicator. These insecurities have always been there. Maybe I've always been insecure about my hair. Maybe I've always been insecure about certain things on my body or my health, but I've been so busy that I've never had the space to feel them, right?
Yeah, Katie, this is still the short-haired woman from the book publishing who's gonna heal you by hitting a drum with a mallet. That's this woman telling her this advice. She's got direct connection to God. It's her medical mediums here. Kiera Britton is right there, right below him.
They've never come forward. I've never had space to care enough about my hair, because it's like, there's that quote that says Mother Teresa doesn't give a shit about her thighs touching because she's busy saving the world or something like that. And it's true. Like Heidi.
Okay, that's another soundbite. Mother Teresa doesn't care about her thighs touching because she's out there saving the world. Okay. No need to unpack that. What an interesting quote to use.
Powell didn't give a shit about her hair loss because she was busy saving lives. Right? Heidi Powell didn't give a shit about her face, really. Well, I did wear filters back in the day, but I was so busy.
Heidi has had so many fillers, so much Botox, so much lip filler. She gets her hair professionally, fixed, injected, and she wears a cap at night, and she takes 1,000 million supplements, and she's taking gym videos every second that she's at the gym, and she's on a TV show. Like, give me a break. You didn't care about these things. Give me a break. You ain't fooling me here, girl. I'm sorry to say. You definitely cared about your appearance for a long time. And there's nothing wrong with that, but don't, pee in my leg and say it's raining, okay?
He's saving lives, changing lives, helping people achieve their best. That I did not give a shit. And with time to give a shit, it spiraled. So I gave her a peek into that. And then I went into breathwork. Okay. I still was not sold on this podcast. I was like, wow, she's dead on, because I am dying inside. I can't freaking believe she's, this dead on. The same day, I also got the guy that is going to be cutting these episodes. His name is, I'm not going to give you his name just in case he doesn't want it out there, but he couldn't get me over email for the past 2 months. And so he decided that same day to reach out to me over DM. And he's like, hey.
So can you pay me, please? I thought that I was supposed to make money from this podcast, but you haven't paid me. That's kind of weird, girl. What? Help me. I need to pay my bills.
What's up? Let's get this podcast out. I have your episodes. Let's do this. So here I have all of these people dragging me through the finish line. And my damned fear is like, nope, like heels in front of me. Heels.
Again, your intuition, your own feelings about what you want to do, empower yourself to say no. I don't feel like I want to do this. Back the F off. That is truly the sign of someone who's in a good place. Not being convinced by random people from the internet, random old friends, whatever, that have, stake in your life, money-wise, to tell you to do something you're uncomfortable with. This is a problem right here. This is not an inspirational story. This is a red flag. Rachel?
This situation is a red flag.
Thank you.
In front of me. It's like I'm doing everything to not get it out there. I've never felt resistance this strong in my life with anything. And I don't even get it. I don't understand it.
Again, this is what comes up in self-help a lot. It's like, is it a limiting belief, or are you always honoring because your body is so wise and can heal itself that you should listen to your body? I hear conflicting advice constantly, depending on what they've already decided they want to do. So in this case, she's decided that the hero story is this girl, Kiera, who's told her, bitch, get up and do the podcast. Okay, so now it's a limiting belief. But if she was going to do the podcast in reverse and it wasn't going to happen or something, it would be like, I listened to my intuition. I honored my feelings. The world was screaming at me. And you never get it wrong. Your body always knows. Like, those are two different, very conflicting messages, but they're told as if it's like, oh, different. It's like totally fine that these two things can live in the same world. It's like, I don't know. This is one of my gripes, just generally.
But I go into breathwork that night, and I'm still not planning on doing the podcast. I just want peace. That's all that I want. This is just Wednesday. And I'm in the middle of the 6th round. I believe we did 7 rounds of breathing. It's beautiful. It's amazing. I see something new every single time. And in the middle of the 6th round, Jeremy, who's leading the class, the session, the journey, I'll call it, he starts speaking to me. I mean, at least I felt that way. I'm sure everyone in that room felt that way. But it's this beautiful dark room, and we're doing these breathwork sessions that, man, the breathwork alone is absolutely magical and healing. And it takes you to another planet. It is like a chemical-free high. I will say, no, your brain produces the chemicals that create a high, and it actually eases your nervous system. So I'm already there. I'm feeling it, and I'm thinking, God, how can I feel this all the time? Like, how can I feel this peace all the time? And then he goes into this meditation or these words where he's saying, You are meant to create. He's literally saying this to the room. You are meant to create. Whatever that creation is, it is meant for the world. It is not meant to sit inside of you. Sorry.
And this what we're listening to right now is what had to get out for the universe to continue spinning. For Earth's axes to continue to spin in a pattern that allows life. God ordained this to happen, right? Through Kiera and then through Heidi as well. This podcast that we've listened to, wow, lives have been changed so far. Maybe it's the other episode that she needed to get out there. I don't know, because this episode's lacking in content.
And I'm like, man, I don't know how I'm going to fit it in. I'm dying. I'm not feeling well. And then he goes on and just says, you are meant to heal. Like he's speaking to a room. But he said, you will be healed by healing others. And then I was like,
okay. No, thank you. I would like to be healed by someone who is not actively going through a crisis, please. Thank you.
Like, man. So I'm in my head. I'm like, this is a sign. I need to do the podcast. After that, I started thinking, okay, what if all of these ailments and what if this anxiety is actually the result of me not bringing forth something that I am meant to do? What if I had such a clear call from God? Because I did. I did. And what if me saying no to him?
Can you imagine the pressure? Like, listen to your instincts again. Like, you're busy. You've gone through a lot. You're going to retreats. You're feeling sick, physically sick because of like anxiety and probably spending a lot of time at home with her children, not having a distraction, not being in therapy would be very stressful. Now, this person is putting all this pressure on her saying that you're going to die if you don't put this podcast out. No wonder she's crying. This woman needs help. I almost feel bad, like, going through all this because I feel like she is like crying out, like literally this is a cry for help in my opinion. And she has people around her that, like, you know, Chris Powell is telling her to go outside and look at the sun. It's like she needs like a psychological help in my opinion, just based on what I've witnessed in the last couple of years and what she's talked about for her whole past. The problem that I have and the reason that I feel justified in being able to talk about it is that now she's propping herself up as an expert to help other people going through traumatic situations. That's where I have a problem, because if you look up to her for advice, those people are going to be screwed because this is not healthy behavior. I'm sorry to say.
It was literally like me saying no to life. You know?
No.
I don't know why I'm crying.
Because you need help, that's why.
But here's what I'll say.
I mean that in a nice, positive way.
Gosh, guys, I'm sorry. And also, I'm glad you're getting to see that even I struggle and have insecurity.
Even I struggle. We know.
Anyway,
I
sat in that meditation and I then, gosh.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like watching people cry in person. I don't like it watching in a podcast about it. Because again, it's like, other than like voyeuristic interest, which I could have into someone crying and like watching and hearing what they're talking about, what benefit does this give anybody? Honestly, it's like more of like a weird sideshow, freak show, TLC style, you know, viewing pleasure because it's weird feeling. Like, I feel badly for her and I cannot connect with her because I do not know this person in real life. So it's just one of those things like you're watching like in disbelief of like, oh, I'm watching someone break down in real life in real time. Weird. She needs help.
It's been a hard year and I miss Dave.
I bet she does.
And I feel like during a time like this, I'll get back to my story, I promise. My story of breathwork. But during a time like this,
don't worry about it.
All I needed were his words to say, you're going to be great at this, because he was so complimentary. And all it took was him saying it, and I believed it. And it's been a real challenge. Sorry.
Like, you could do this in therapy and actually get help for it. Like, us watching this is not helping anybody. It's actually probably hurting her and making us all very uncomfortable. I'm very uncomfortable with this as well. I feel for her. I feel badly. I'm sure she does feel all these things genuinely, authentically, but I don't want to watch it happen. I'm sorry. I don't know what I get from that, or anyone should get from this. It's just exposing herself to being very vulnerable and being taken advantage of by grifting people.
Believing it with my words. But I also believe this is what God wants me to learn right now. I believe he wants me to learn how to activate myself. No, what he wants me to learn is how to allow him to activate me. And I'm learning. Back to breath work. After I got emotional and thought, oh my gosh, I think I need this podcast. I think I need to do it. It's time.
Just replace podcast with therapy and we'll be on a good path forward.
I didn't say I think. I said it's time. It's time to do the podcast. And then I thought, what if doing this podcast heals my throat and my swallowing, which is crazy. Sorry for the F word, but it just is. But you hear of things like that. And I was like, what if the reason I'm having trouble swallowing and I'm choking is because there are words that need to come out. And I'm like, again, who cares about my words?
I don't know. Someone call Louise Hay. Why am I choking? Is it this chicken bone in my throat? No, it's because you didn't tell your truth. You didn't speak your truth today. I feel like it's a chicken bone. I think it's because I eat a chicken. No! We need to hear you. We need to hear you cry on a recording. Okay, sorry. Does that mean? I'm not meaning it to be mean. Apparently she healed herself by buying a microphone, so I guess I can laugh about it because it wasn't that serious, according to her.
This whole thing. I'm arguing with God in the middle of breath work, but my words don't matter. And I'm like, I'm going to do this. It's time. Kiera's right. I'm hearing her words and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling not good. I'm feeling this is right. And at the end, we're laying there after the 7th round of breath. And I decide to ask for help from the only person who I can help me through everything. And it's God. And I laid there and I said a prayer that sounded something like, God, please help me. Please help me know for certainty what I'm supposed to do right now.
Deliver us from evil.
Please help
Amen.
me know if this is fear. Give me a sign. Show me what I need to see. And also, please heal me. Because I don't want to live another day in this kind of fear and sadness. And I lay there for a bit and I open my eyes and I sit up because I'm having a brainstorm of what this first intro podcast is going to be. And
you brainstorm this? God, I would like to see the bubble map of that. Cry and then break down and then explain the months and the days of the week that are irrelevant to the story. Okay, then I'm going to say breath work, but I'll come back to that. Okay. Good brainstorm.
Yeah, right away at the top it says straight out of bed. And this is straight out of bed. This isn't going to be pretty. I don't have a stitch of makeup on. I have my progressive lenses on. I don't have my hair done. It's greasy. I mean, if you look...
She doesn't have makeup on? She's got some filter on then. She looks porcelain skinned here. There's no makeup on this face? Wow. You are blessed by God too. You are not just communicating with him. He is blessing you with beautiful skin.
Look at the back. You can see the calyx and spots, the spots that are...
God. Ugh. How disgusting. I'm just joking. You can see how disgusting I am. Okay. Thank you.
very thin and I am very insecure about. And I knew that this episode needed to be not pretty because all the other ones, I got my makeup on, I got my hair done, I'm dressed. But this one needed to be not pretty because sometimes life is not pretty.
What?
And I think sometimes in the past, especially, maybe I did everybody a disservice. I did myself a disservice by showing up pretty and showing up filtered and showing up predominantly happy when I wasn't.
But we're all agreeing that there's a filter on this, right? Of some capacity. Some kind of filter is on this video. There's no way.
Always. And I did myself a disservice because it created a mask and almost a character that I had to uphold.
I'm just too pretty. Ed Milet is too giving. Heidi Powell is too pretty. These are the problems that these poor souls face every day. Please donate to their raising money campaign.
And I think I was so damn busy. I don't even think I realized I was upholding character, right? I was just going. I wasn't feeling. I was thinking and I was going. Okay. Now I'm feeling. Trying to think less. And I was doing the world a disservice because I was giving a false appearance maybe of what life really is. I wouldn't have wanted to follow me back then, if I'm being honest. So I see people now where I'm like, I can't follow this person because there's not anything wrong with them that they show. I can't relate because there's shit wrong with me. I'm human. And if you're human, there's shit wrong with you. And I don't want.
But you went to Rachel Hollis's comedy show. That is the one person who's never had any issues ever in the history of the humanity. And you like her, so that's confusing. You follow Rach, our girl Rach, and she has never, ever, ever, ever made a mistake.
But also, Rach, me.
Here's a new Rach bite. Here's a new Rachel soundbite that's sort of unrelated to anything we're talking about.
I took a pill in Ibiza. No, I didn't take any pills.
And also?
I speak Spanish pretty well. Pinchos.
I spit on my lip. Gross! Heidi can follow me now. I'm not perfect. I spit on my lip. Ew.
Let's say wrong. There's humanness happening with you is the right way to say it. There's humanness. So anyway, I'm brainstorming how this episode's not going to be pretty. And I don't know how it's going to look. I'm just jotting a few notes down. I had just I was jotting down the reason why I haven't launched this yet. And grief of Dave is very big, very big. It's not an excuse. And I'm allowing myself the space to have gone to where I did.
No, I think you should excuse yourself even further and not make this podcast if you don't want to. It is totally reasonable not to make a podcast about self-help advice at this current time of your life.
But it's time. It's time to move forward. I feel like I've missed out on this year. I'm not going to lie. It's been a blur. I don't know where 8 months have gone. I'm typing this. And then I hear in the dark someone go, Heidi? And I look up. I'm still in breathwork. Back to the story. I'm in breathwork. I'm typing the notes that after I've prayed to God. I had this thing.
She's in the dark of this yoga studio. She's typing notes. She's having a conversation with God. She's brainstorming. What else?
Come to me. I prayed to God. I'm typing my notes, my inspiration. And I hear someone go, Heidi? And I look up and it's this sweet woman and her 10-year-old daughter.
And she cleaned my toilets. And I'm privileged AF because I wake up and I work out every day, even though I'm dying.
She cleans the toilets.
Okay, sorry.
And she said, I'm Kiera Britton's best friend. I can't believe this is you. And I'm like, I literally look at her. I'm like, what? I said, I just had a moment in my breath work that was guided by something Kiera told me. I pulled out my phone to type notes. I forgot to mention this. Kiera had texted me in the middle of breath work. And as I'm typing these notes that were the result of her lighting a fire under my ass and having a come to Jesus moment, with myself and with God, I opened my eyes to a woman who is Kiera Britton's best friend. And I'm like, this is insane.
This all seems set up. This all seems like this Kiera Britton person has friends in the wellness space, and she's like, I really need this bitch to do this podcast because we have a contract and I'm getting some sort of money from this, and I'm coaching her, and I need for her to say that she's getting results. So show up to the studio, make sure she does the breath work, make sure you talk about creation. Okay. All right. We're going to go and team execute.
I'm thinking in my head, I just prayed to God to show me for certainty, show me a sign that this is what I'm supposed to do. And then she said this. She got emotional. And she said, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but I am. I saw you lay down in breathwork, Heidi, and all I could think about was you the entire time. She said, I don't think, and I was trying to be...
These people are insane. These people are all just like clinically insane. I'm just going to say, I thought you... and I was thinking about you, and I think the answer that you're needing is that you need a podcast. Seek help, everybody. Okay. Sorry, Shepherd. Thank you so much. Sorry. Shepherd says, thought she was going to say it was God talking. I heard Heidi, and I looked over, and it was Jesus Christ himself, and Mary Magdalene stood behind, and there was Joseph, and then there was also an archangel, and they all said, you need to be on Spotify. Please make the podcast 50 minutes and don't forget to cry. People love that. And then they all floated back to heaven, and then I awoke. That's what I thought she was going to say. But, it didn't happen. This is Brian Johnson talking about his near-death experience.
If I were to die, it would probably be choking on broccoli.
That's another person afraid to die. Also, here's another thing he said.
My father and I get sewn together.
No context will be given. Okay, thank you. And also one more thing. One final thing.
Poverty mindset.
That's what all of our problems are right now, actually.
Present with my thoughts, get back to it because I'm doing breath work for me, but all I could think about was you. And she said, the entire time I was thinking, I don't know if Heidi knows the impact she makes. And she looked at me and said, I think you know, but I don't think you really know. And she started crying. And I started crying. And then she said, and also, your podcast was so big on my mind the whole time.
How would this person even know? The podcast hasn't come out yet. Okay. So how would this random best friend, this is such bullshit. This is like a coordinated effort for some reason. I don't trust this woman at all. Sorry to say. Do not trust Kiera at all. This is too over the top. They went over the symbolism here to force her to do this for some weird reason.
When are you launching it? And then I started just crying. And I'm like, I just asked God to show me a sign. And he has shown me many. From Kiera to my video guy to...
From Kiera to Kiera's friend to Kiera's employee to Kiera's... again. I wonder what the common thread is here. So weird.
Breathwork vision to this woman. Randa is her name. To Randa and the words that she said. And I left going, okay. This is it. Randa and I exchanged information. She said, I don't know if you have support here in Arizona, but I will be here to support and have you press record on that introductory video, that introductory podcast, which is what's happening right now. And she said, but I don't even know you. And I know it's a thing you need to do. So here I am, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 3 days later. And let me tell you, since I made the bold declaration and commitment to God and to Kiera and to Randa and to the important people in my life, that I was indeed recording this podcast today on Saturday, and that I was indeed setting a date and getting it out there. I am not kidding you right now. Every single ailment that I was feeling has dissipated. I can very effectively swallow my food. I do not think I'm dying anymore. And quite the contrary, I have been so full of life and energy and purpose and confidence and thoughts like, what the hell was I doing? Letting the idea of my thinning hair stop me from feeling worthy. How was I letting that stop me from feeling worthy of being in this world as a face? What also came to me, I didn't mention this, in the middle of that breathwork session, I realized I am created by God to share. And that through my sharing, I not only heal other people, but I also in turn heal me. And the more
important person to be healed. I just can't. This whole thing about like, I'm saving the world, I'm helping people by also living in a mansion and making money in a capitalistic way. It's like, if you really want to go help people, like go dig ditches and build bridges or something like more useful. Go work in a kindergarten classroom for free because you have the time and the money or something. Like, I don't know. This ain't it though. Like, this is the most self-serving bullshit like that ever exists. And the fact that they pat themselves on the back again and say, I'm healing people by what? Talking about myself incessantly? Like, it's just so ridiculous. But this is what like does well. I don't get it. Like, not on YouTube for her case, but like all the top people that are self-help people, all they do is do this, talk about themselves and profit and take advantage of vulnerable people. And it just, as you already know, irks me to no end.
Keep my gifts inside, the more I am slapping God in the face and the more I will die. And I believe that goes for every single person listening. The more we keep our gifts hidden, the more we keep our light hidden, the stronger the fire burns in us to the point that it will kill us. And at least our soul, right? Because a life where we are just existing is not a life worth living. We're basically dying.
Oh my God. Where'd you get that quote from? Was it by chance the Rise Together podcast? If you're not growing, you're dying? One of the most toxic quotes that we have from the Hollisville. Now we're just repurposing it again.
So here I am. I'm recording this and I could be doing it wrong, but I'm doing it. And I think what I want everyone to get from this, well, I want you to get from this what you're meant to get. Because I believe 100 people could be listening to this podcast at the same time, and all 100 of you all are going to get something different from it, because where you're at in your life and what resonates with you is going to be very different than what resonates with somebody else.
Yeah.
So
true.
I know for me though, my biggest thing that I'm getting out of this is knowing that I am capable of doing things on my own and that I don't need things to.
Except now that I have my good friend Kiera pushing me and dragging me through the finish line, as I've already stated. So I don't know if it's been proven that you can do this on your own or that you even should do this on your own. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. That is a good thing to always think about when starting nonsensical podcasts.
To be perfect, to have them come forward. And it's an ego thing. I've had some major awakenings lately, especially over this dark period of time, that the insecurities are very much ego related. And I've experienced a death of so many things in my life that I believed my value was in.
She is obsessed with death. There is something to be said that I think a therapist would pick up on. She has said the word death and dying and dead like 400 times maybe in this 50-minute podcast.
And with the death of those things from Dave, right? My relationship with Dave, to literal death, to death of my businesses as I know them, so I could be home more, to a lot of different things that I'm not going to go into.
Please
the
do.
thing that is loud that is on its way out is my ego. It's my caring, how I look so much that I allow it to stop me from being the brightest light that I'm meant to be.
Then don't get any more treatments. Don't wear makeup anymore. That'll prove this point even further, right? Don't go to the gym just for vanity anymore. It's like, we don't care. I don't know. Maybe that's your excuse that, I didn't look pretty enough for the podcast. Maybe it's also that you just don't want to do it. So you're looking for reasons not to do it because you actually don't want to do it and you probably shouldn't do it.
So yeah, I'm still working on that. I'm a work in progress. I think we all are. And, ego is also the thing that it's the fear of not looking good with this podcast coming out. And I hope this just gives you all permission to do it anyway, no matter how scared you are.
How ugly you
and
are.
Remember that fear gets a voice, but fear does
no
not
get
a
your
vote.
Face is.
It's a John Acuff quote. I absolutely love it. And then the thing too that I want to remind you guys of is just like Susan, my friend, told me, you're not Mel Robbins. You're not Heidi Lane, right? You're not meant to be Mel Robbins or Heidi Lane Powell.
Huh?
You are you, uniquely and divinely designed.
I thought she was Heidi Lane, Heidi Powell. So she's not Mel Robbins and she's not Heidi Lane. Okay.
As exactly who you are for a purpose that you may or may not know. And the more we can accept this, and the more we can live into and share the gifts, the more fulfilled and bright and confident and beautiful and bold of a life we'll live. Know that I say that from a place of needing to hear it myself. These are my Post-its that actually say this, and they will go on my mirror with my other affirmations.
Let's read them.
Know that I say that from a place of needing to hear it myself with my other affirmations.
God damn it. Sorry.
These are
says, we're not Mel Robbins. Heidi, did you really need to write that down? You're not Mel Robbins with not underlined. You're whoever something, again, Mel Robbins. Heidi, you need help.
Are my Post-its that actually say this, and they will go on my mirror with my.
This one says, fear gets a voice, but not a vote. John Acuff. Whew. Powerful. Rebecca J. Kelly _author. Thank you so much. Rebecca says, just what we need, another Mel Robbins. Yeah, I know. We don't need any more if you have the last name Robbins, please do not enter the space. No need to enter the self-help space at this point. We are full up of self-help gurus with the last name Robbins. They're taking all of the pie of every speaking event. So there you go.
Some people live with their eyes and their mind completely glued shut.
Completely. Also, this is what Heidi is not saying, but is saying with her actions here.
I'm a tall, pretty, beautiful white girl.
And also,
all that to say, there is a masterclass.
Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate it. Okay, we're almost done, I swear. Less than 5 minutes.
My other affirmations. So I don't know what it is in you, right? I don't know what fear is stopping you, but there's more than likely something that's stopping you from living your best life, something that's stopping you from creating, something that's stopping you from doing what you're meant to do. But I invite you in this first podcast to identify what that fear is. Is it fear of death? Is it fear of not looking good? Is it fear of being laughed at? Is it fear of, what is it? Is it fear of failing financially? I invite you to look at that fear and understand that the more you allow that fear to have a vote, right? A voice is okay. The more you allow it to have a vote in who you are and who you're not showing up as every day, the more you are allowing it to dictate your misery. Again, note to self.
Okay.
So yeah,
also, I think fear gets a voice. Kiera gets a voice, but Kiera doesn't get a vote. Let's add that one to the affirmation list too, because I think she's a problematic person, I'm assuming. Now, I know nothing about her, but just based on the story, I have 10 red flags that I've identified.
We have more podcasts coming out. Of course we do.
Thank God.
This is episode 1. And it was
Thank God, who literally, this podcast brought to you by Jesus Christ himself.
Intended to explain to you why these might appear out of order. Because what we're going to be jumping into next episode, you're going to hear pre-recorded. I didn't know it was like, this is the first episode. Kiera's there. I don't know what to name this thing. It has since been named. The podcast is Heidi's Lane with Heidi Powell. And the idea over time is to transition it to where you all only know me as Heidi Lane. But we didn't know,
That's
right?
good.
We've since figured a lot of things out. I do believe after listening to the next episodes that I've already recorded, there is value in what I say and what Kiera says. There is relatability. They are things at the time that I was going through in my life that I believe will help and will heal. And it's time to get it out from my memory card and into the world. But yeah, I love you. I really appreciate
I'm rooting for you. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong podcast.
you being here with me. I really appreciate your patience and your kindness and your love that you've given to me over the years. And some of you maybe are new. I don't know, but I just appreciate that you were here listening to this. I appreciate your patience as I figure this thing out. And
This thing we call life.
I do have plans for this. I do know that
sound like it.
what you can count on from me, whether it's I have a guest on or it's Kiera or it's me solo.
Why is Kiera on this multiple times? What is this? Who is she? What is going on? Tell us what's going on with her. You're not giving us the full picture. I can tell. There's some financial obligation that she has to be involved in this podcast at this level. Because why else would she care? JB, thank you so much, JB. JB says, can Heidi share her direct line to God? Need the number. You need the digits? It's 1-800-GODISHERE. It's 2 extra numbers because only the special people get the special phone.
Okay, Colts.
And also, I have to say this.
Bold-faced lie.
I lied. It's not that number. It's 1-888-GOD for free. Okay?
It reminds me of something from the war.
This podcast reminded me of something from the war. And also,
We're talking about something awful, terrible, the unimaginable.
that's going to be the beginning of Heidi's podcast next week. We're going to be talking about death, destruction, my life, my rules, my attitude. Love me or hate me, but please don't play with me. Am I right? Okay. That was a TikTok reference in case everyone's like, what? That's from TikTok. Okay. Here we go. Wrapping it up, girl. Thanks, JP.
You can count on raw vulnerability here. Because I believe
we got the
that,
raw vulnerability. We did.
You all need to see the parts of me that maybe are hard for me so that you know that if I struggle and I can do it, that means you and your struggles can do it too.
Her and Rachel both say the same thing. If I can do a marathon, run a marathon, anyone can run a marathon. If I can overcome this struggle, anyone everywhere can overcome their struggles. It's like, who do you think you are? Like, do you think you're worse off than everyone else? Because you ain't, okay?
All right, guys. I love you. And until next time. Mwah.
Mwah. Mwah. We got kisses, everybody. We got kissed. We got kissed by the Heidiest lane that I've ever seen. I need.
It's okay to cry.
Will there be another episode?
No.
I want to listen to her and Kiera's conversation. I don't think I'm going to listen to any other episodes that are like solos because that was difficult to remain engaged in. But I am interested to hear from that lady who is apparently just a great friend who I think is also setting up co-opt like sting operations in Arizona. And anyways,
Big facts.
big facts. Also,
No big deal.
and also,
There's literally no place in the world than I would rather be than right here with you.
that's how I feel, you guys. That's how I feel about you all. I love you. I'm rooting for you. Okay? Never forget it. Never forget it. Where's the clapping? Where's my clapping? We did it, everybody. Okay, that's enough of Heidi Powell for one day. Heidi Lane for one day. So she's, doing the same old. Nothing's changed. Therapy still needed, unfortunately. One day we hope she will get there and then we can have a different discussion. But until then, she seems to be on the hamster wheel of life. The self-help hamster wheel that never stops spinning. But now it's time to move on to our good friend of the show. She's a big fan. Ms. Rachel Hollis. Okay. She's producing podcasts, writing books, raising humans. Tour has 2 cities left, Minneapolis and Chicago. Okay. She's from Chicago and she has just been living it up. She was on Brett Kreischer's, the comedian's podcast, Brett Kreischer. Sorry. I couldn't listen to it. I listened to 5 minutes. I was like, I'm out. You could tell immediately that his wife was like, we gave our daughters your book, Girl Wash Your Face, as like a guide to how to live. And I'm like, did you read the book first? Because that is a horrible way to live and a horrible thing to give 18-year-old girls. It makes no goddamn sense. So I was out early on, but I haven't seen the rest. What she's posting, like I said, more than ever before. Ever since Dave died, she's back to posting very, very regularly. So I thought it'd be time to catch up and then listen to her podcast about her new brand or her rebrand start today. And as she strategically is putting the hat back on in pictures. Oh God, it's just her running. She's just so quirky. She's so quirky. And she's also talking about anxiety that I'm sure she's also healed herself with no help from any outside source. Okay, but here is this. This is the podcast. Okay, so it's still part of 3% Chance Productions, which if you're unfamiliar with that story, basically Dave, when they were still together, had said to Rachel, like the chance of whatever she was wanting to do at the time, it's unknown what her goal was there's a 3% chance of that goal being achieved. So I don't know what the point of him saying that was, to keep her expectations low or whatever, but he said something along those lines, like there's a 3% chance that your dream that you're thinking about right now will come true. And then lo and behold, the dream comes true. And she decided that I'm going to use his negative comment as the name of my production podcast studio. And there's a really good article from the New York Times that was written about Dave's book, I believe, as like a review. And it was like, this is such toxic behavior. It was like written very, very well. Like some people might think this is toxic, but in Hollisville, that's where the Hollisville name came from. In Hollisville, this is a badge of honor, is to get like a fuck you type of podcast production company named after a fight that you had. It's like the passive aggressiveness of only true entrepreneurs can have. So this is what it says. So guys, I'm so excited to let you in on a project we've been working on for the last 6 months. The Start Today podcast. This is a community of dreamers and doers. This is a cohort of learners and leaders. For some, it's about getting healthy in mind and body. And also apparently she dropped, someone said on Reddit, I have not heard it with my own ears, but I believe it. She has been dropping that she likes MLMs again. She's like, if you're working on, producing your downline, because that is really what like shot her up to fame, is that she was speaking on all these MLM conference stages back in 2018 after she wrote Girl Wash Your Face. And then she denounced it in her third book, didn't see that coming. So she basically, in the first book, doesn't talk about MLMs. Then she got asked to be on all these stages. Then her second book, Girl Stop Apologizing, she talked about MLMs and dropped it in multiple chapters. And that's the difference that I saw between the two books. She was like, instead of in her first book, she's like, if you have a dream of running a 5K, you can do it. In the second book, it was like, if you have a dream to run your MLM business, you can do it. And it was specifically, I think, catered and tailored to that audience, which she knew that was her, bread and butter at that time. But then when the divorce happened and COVID was happening, I don't know what she was thinking, I guess, not super strategically at that time. And she, in her third book, said, don't be dumb. If you have to buy a pack to join a business, it's not real, basically, is what she said. Something along the lines of that. Like, don't be stupid and join an MLM. Now, apparently, she's back to MLMs are fine. These idiots won't look up this information, which she's probably right. I don't mean to call them idiots, but like, you're choosing to ignore information. There's enough anti-MLM content out there that if you join an MLM now, you're not doing your research, okay? That's all I have to say. All right, so back to it. The trailer launched today. Please go check it out. Okay, we can go check it out. What to expect. The podcast launches on the 1st with brand new content created exclusively for our community. Okay. This community, this feed is meant to be a space for people from every walk of life, and one important thing in common: we're all trying to become a better version of ourselves. Okay, this is where we celebrate trying again, learning from failure, and rooting for each other on along the way. A weekly email every Wednesday morning to inspire, share ideas, or pump you up. Starting the first week of October, the weekly email will be dedicated to finishing the last 90 days of the year strong. If you know, you know. You can sign up at the link in our bio. Okay, so then they're bringing up new and improved journals, dreamy products, and events, both virtual and in person, are all coming in the new year. In the meantime, please enjoy a daily dose of positivity here in our feed, courtesy of my 16-year-old Jackson. Hashtag family business, hashtag gas money. I don't get it. What? I don't get it. Happy to be back with y'all and the Start Today feed. Wishing you joy in the journey. XO Rachel. So when she did the podcast with the Skinny Confidential, which, you know, was the peak of my year last year, when she came out with that podcast, and she was like, I was just defending someone with depression and I don't want to give advice to women anymore. They forced upon me to be a self-help guru. I just want to be Jon Favreau and do fun things when cool shit with cool people. That has gone so well for her so far. She's just gone right back to anything that sort of worked in the past. She's back to it. And again, this was discussed on Reddit too, but it's something I always keep in mind. Girl Wash Your Face wasn't written or published until 2018. So from 2018, she rose super high, got super popular but only retained it for 2 years and then crashed and burned. So if a company did that, like an actual, not a social media brand, personality brand, but if like Uber, you know, back in 2016 started and then ended in 2018 because of like scandal after scandal, no one would be like, oh my God, wow, well, I want to like sign up for the mastermind from the Uber guy. Like, but that's what we're experiencing here. So, okay, anyways, let's see. That was that. She's brushing her teeth. She's so funny. She's so funny.
Lots of blood and continuing to live our lives.
Okay, so she's talking about her period still. Nothing's changed. Okay, she's reading Arnold Schwarzenegger's book. She's going on tour. This is Jack, by the way. In case you didn't know, this is Jackalus Nicholas. I don't know his last name, but his name is Jack.
Jack.
So that's from their tour time. Okay, I don't know what this is.
Episode is all about hyping you up. 5 reasons you should just go for it. The number one reason why you should just go for it, literally nobody knows what they're doing.
Okay, so she's back to the basics. You can do it. Repeated through a 30-minute podcast. Cool, got it. But now she has the F word in it, so you know she's authentic. Okay, what is this one? She's in a hotel bathroom, it looks like. It says, thank you, Houston. Y'all came out in the rain. Y'all played Tuesday night like a Saturday night. Y'all were awesome, and I'm so grateful for the hang. Dallas is tomorrow, and we're going to make a Thursday night feel like 2 Saturdays and a Sunday. See you there. It looks very you don't get to hear these jokes at this time. Unfilled? Looks a little small. But hey, the fact that she gets anybody and they're laughing like that, couldn't be me. That's pretty good. That's pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. There's her suitcase. She's going to Dallas. Okay, what is this? ACL day 1. Absolutely incredible. So she went to a Austin festival, but she didn't have a show in Austin. There's her boo thing. You can see right there at the hair. He's chilling. He's living. He's loving. They eat food. He wears rings and bracelets. Okay, wait, can you see it? Rings and bracelets from Kezi Poo. Okay, love it. There's her kids walking and her walking. She's like, babe, get a picture of us. Get a picture of us walking away. I need it for the gram. Okay. And then she ate a taco. So, you know, hey, glad she was able to share that with us. And again, we're at a concert. We're loving life. We're living. She's never going to show her relationship ever again on the internet. And yet here we are. It only took 2 years. It only took 2 years, but here we are. He made it to the gram. And then, okay, what's this one? And then we'll go to listen to the thing. She's got no wrinkles. She must be using that Heidi Powell no makeup look. Uh-oh, what happened? My monitor turned off. Hello? Okay, thank you. Here we go.
I am incredibly productive. I have written 11 books, grown that business to high 10 figures. I've had 4 children, run.
This is called the Rachel Hollis bragging hour. But how many millions do you have left? That's what I want to know. How many millions, how many books are you going to continue to write? I don't know. I'm a hater. I know I am, but I just like everything she does, she just applauds herself so hard. I'm like, I'd rather watch you fail, to be honest, because you're so like annoying with how you speak about yourself. No humility, no teamwork. It's all her productivity, her hard drive, her, working ethic, and her waking up early. It's like, okay, you're right. Yeah, you're the only one who's ever worked hard.
14 half marathons, walked the Camino de Santiago, and I've...
No, you have not. She walked like a half a minute. I can't believe she said that. She just threw that. I walked the Camino de Santiago. No, you didn't. You literally talked about that for an hour and a half, how you didn't do it. She did 2 days. Oh my God.
I speak Spanish pretty well. Pinchos.
That's what she said. And then the whole trip was over.
Am I the only one? It's hot as balls. I was thinking about what I was thinking about.
Oh my God, amazing. Hey, okay, let's go. Keep going.
Done it all simultaneously. How can you get more done in a single day than other people do in an entire week? Most people who are working toward
most people
a goal think that they are working toward a goal and they are actually just doing busy work. Your to-do list can be 100 miles long and not get you a single step closer to where you're trying to go. Failing to plan is planning to fail. I know you have all sorts of responsibility. Maybe it's only a 20-minute pocket at a time that you've got a little space for your dreams. Within those pockets, you can accomplish a lot if you're focused and use that time in the right way. It was Jim Rohn who said, the things that'll change your life are really simple to do. The problem is they're also really simple not to do.
Mind blowing. Okay, we need to figure out who's the audience for this content at this point, because are they coming into self-help after never hearing that it existed? Are these like 17-year-old children that are just hearing this for the first time? Because I cannot stand that nothing new has come out of self-help in the last 20 years. I've heard every concept. You just need to plan. Not planning is not good. It's like, okay, we're still at the beginning. We're at stage 1 still.
Nobody is asking you to elevate. Nobody's asking you to get to the highest level. This is something you want to do for you. You are the one that's going to have to get rid of the things in your life that cannot coexist with your goal. I am incredibly
perfect in all ways. And then she's no comments yet on this one. Or any of them, actually.
I am incredible.
But that one specifically says, she is devastated by the atrocities being carried out by the Hamas terrorist group. My heart aches for the innocent lives that have been taken, the grief, devastation, and terror that so many are now facing. I don't fully understand the complexities or history behind the conflict, but evil like this should never be ignored. My heart is with everyone affected. My prayers are always for peace. Well, there you go. There you go. Can't argue with that. I got nothing to say either about it because I don't know nothing, so... Great. Glad Rachel Hollis has given her 2 cents on this topic. I was waiting eagerly by the bedstand for news of what Rachel Hollis thought about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But hey, you know what? I am being a hater. She said something. I guess that's better than saying something else. I don't know. But just for the record, just so we know, she has not posted in 2 months on YouTube. Just saying. Just in case anyone cared, she has not posted on YouTube. Just following the narrative here. The last thing she posted is, stop telling yourself this. 3 lies that are keeping you stuck. That was her whole concept of Girl Wash Your Face, by the way. Lies that are keeping you stuck. So now she's back to narrowing that down making a channel out of it. Okay, so let's listen to the podcast. Give me a second. And also, thank you to James Schulfer. Thank you so much, James Schulfer. James says, I don't usually catch the lives, but I want to thank you for the shows. They helped me get through my jazz composition masters with sanity. I am moderately emotionally stable. Wow. You are welcome. And that sounds very cool. I also was just completing my jazz composition masters assignments. And, you know, if you just plan and you work hard, you will do well. That's always my tips for you. And I've been there. I'm an expert. So trust me, you will do well. But you're welcome. Thank you for being here. That is so cool. And here's my best scatting. Skim, scam, skim, sky. Yeah, scams are all over the place. And thrive. Thank you. That's called this channel's topics scat. Okay.
I took a pill in Ibiza. No, I didn't take any pills.
Thanks, James. I appreciate that very much. Okay, so now let me pull up Spotify. Okay, because we cannot watch this on YouTube because she hasn't uploaded. So mean. Okay, let's see. Let's find it. Let's do it. All right, how to manifest faster. Lead guitarist of the Foo Fighters. Yeah, that's relevant to your audience. Okay, 5 reasons you should go for it. The return of Start Today. Okay, here it is. Excuse me. That was a hiccup, I swear. I'm not choking because I haven't said my truth. I promise you. I've said enough truths today. Oh my God, this is long. All right, here we go. She's going to explain. Apparently she talks about Toiletgate in this. I don't know if this is where she talks about the MLMs, but we're going to find out. I have not listened to this. Like I said, I've been on a Rachel Hollis detox, a cleanse, if you will, and I've lived my best life ever since. So I only listen when I'm with you guys, rooting for you guys at home.
Oh, okay.
Spending time with you, specifically you, through the screen. All right, here we go. What happened to dinosaurs? We'll find out on this episode. Maybe.
Okay, true story. Eggland's Best Eggs was my first advertiser ever.
I should say my first egg experience. Oh no. Oh no.
Nobody blames the egg. The medical industry is involved with why eggs are bad.
What else?
Most everybody has either been on eggs when they're younger or they're on eggs later.
That's Medical Medium reading the Eggland's Best ad read. Okay, we're going to skip ahead from Eggland's Best Eggs. Does Eggland's Best Eggs really need podcast ad reads? Because if so, call me, please. I love eggs. I'll eat Eggland's Best.
5% less saturated.
Okay, here we go.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive.
Because I am very progressive. Everyone knows this about me. Am I the only progressive?
I am the most liberal.
Okay, sorry. We're going to skip ahead as well.
Potential savings will vary.
Going back.
Not available in all states and situations.
She's got the baby voice for that one, for the progressive ad. Insurance is so spooky.
Every morning I would come back into the energy of this is where we're going, this is where we're going. And it became this filter, right? It became this filter through which I could disseminate everything. I could make decisions based on, is this going to get me closer to the one thing or push me further away? It helped me to streamline my process. It helped me to keep energy and momentum when things got hard. When a book came out and it wasn't as successful, being able to come back to that practice the next morning was a reminder of like, yeah, okay, not this time, but this is where we're headed. And of course, all along the way, on the way to this massive goal, all along the way, there were massive improvements. There were opportunities. There were things I had never experienced before. So even though you're working towards one big thing that's like way out there and you're trying to reach it, it feels really far away. You're gonna get stuff along the way that makes the journey feel worthwhile.
What?
So I did this practice every day, and eventually I would get to the place where it came true. Hi, I'm Rachel Hollis, and this is my podcast. I spend so many hours of every single week reading and listening to podcasts and watching YouTube videos and trying to find out as much as I can about the world around me. And that's what we do on this show. We talk about everything, life and how to be an entrepreneur. What happened to dinosaurs? What's the best recipe for fried chicken? What's the best plan for intermittent fasting? What's going on with our inner child? How's therapy working out for you? Whatever it is my guests are into, I want to unpack it so that we can all understand. These are conversations. This is information for the curious. This is the Rachel Hollis podcast. Hi guys.
Come here, kitty.
Rach, how is everyone? I hope this finds you well.
Come here.
Today's episode is an exciting announcement and a bunch of information and all sorts of reveals about what I've been working on for months and months and months. And yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. Specifically, start today. Where to begin? I'm going to pretend that you've never heard of Start Today, the brand, the journal, the planner, the notebook, any of the things. And I'm going to take you on a journey through entrepreneurship and content creation and branding, the highest highs, the lowest lows, stepping away from a piece of your business and coming back into it, plus kind of telling you where the Start Today brand is going in the future. So,
can't wait.
I feel like I've told this story so many times now. It's like lore, but I have been
Oh my God.
an entrepreneur for over 20 years. I have been a dreamer all my life. I have
never made a mistake. I have been perfect since 1977 when I was born.
Goals and trying to achieve them.
Come here.
I mean, since Jump Street. Like I've done this stuff for a very long time. And I think like anyone who is trying to better themselves or trying to grow in some way and you're self-taught, you learn kind of slowly, right? Like you get a little piece of advice, you hear a quote, you read a book from the library, you get to have lunch with a mentor. It's like my beginning years back in my 20s of trying to work on myself or figure out how to run a business or how to make that business profitable. The gains that I made against that were pretty slow. And they're pretty slow because while we had internet, it wasn't the beautiful, robust offering that there is today. So a lot of the information that I would find really would come in these small, tiny chunks. Now I feel like I could go on Instagram or YouTube and I could get more information in 20 minutes off of social media than I did in a year.
She's like, I used to have to buy other people's product and steal the information as opposed to just literally copying and pasting that I do today.
Through Success Magazine or Entrepreneur Inc. But it was slow going and I tried all kinds of stuff. And so I guess this would be, I'm 40 now, so I think this is probably, I would find myself in my late 20s when I was really trying to
So you're telling me she was an entrepreneur at 20? She was a party planner at 20. What happened to her working at Miramax and all that? What was she entrepreneuring at 20 years old? That's when she met Dave. She was already married to Dave. So I guess she never was an entrepreneur without Dave, actually. That's what that proves.
Figure things out. And it was when I started to go to business conferences and started to try and get more information about how to do any of it better. I had maybe 1 or 2 employees at that time. I was barely scraping by. I wasn't really making good money, but I was so passionate about it. And
I was barely scraping by on my husband's $1 million salary. It was really hard. We only owned 1 large property in Los Angeles. It was tough, guys. You guys can relate, right?
I was trying so hard. I mean, that is something I can say, and I know a lot of you are the same way. I never lacked for effort or for belief. And I guess because I come
or for money. Oh, sorry.
You know, my lineage, my grandparents, my ancestors are very, very hardworking people. And I guess I just, you know, work ethic and the value of work.
Unlike some other cultures, my ancestors were very hardworking people. And I know that because I am also hardworking.
And all of that is just a big part of my life. So I had always believed that if I was willing to work hard enough, I could get anywhere. And that's not true. Working hard is not enough.
What?
It's not enough for me, which means it's definitely not enough for many people all over the world who don't have my privilege, who don't have my access, who don't have my resources.
Thank you for saying this, Rachel. I will give you a smidgen of credit here.
Not to say that whoever you are, you don't work super hard for what you've got. And I've worked my ass off for what I have.
Okay.
But at the same time, that's not ever going to be enough. Yes, you have to work hard, but you also have to learn hard. You have to
be lucky. Strike at exactly the right moment. You have to also be smart. Okay.
To acquire knowledge. You have to acquire skills. You have to figure out ways to level up. As a side note, I'm going to tell the story a lot now because I'm getting questions that kind of revolve around this of people not understanding how they can get promoted, how they can make more money, how they can take better care of their families if they're...
Rachel Hollis has never worked at a job where she was promoted. Ask her, how do I get promoted?
Working for someone else. And I love to remind people, or maybe to tell someone for the very first time, that a job is an exchange of value. Someone is giving you their money for your time, right? And depending on where you are in your career or how much you know, whether you're working for someone else or even when you're a small business owner or you got a side hustle, the value of your time is really basic when you first begin. And the way that you increase what your time is worth, like what it costs for your time, is through knowledge and experience. I was in my late 20s and I was beginning to go to things and try and learn how to do stuff better. And I really began journaling a lot again. And I had journaled kind of my whole life to like process feelings, like Dear Diary. I had done that kind of journaling, but I hadn't really journaled to get anywhere. I mostly was journaling to talk about where I was.
This is so boring.
And that can be really healing and really helpful, but it's a different kind of work that you want to do when you're aiming at something. So I began to journal and
Did you know that to-do lists and diary entries are different things? And they accomplish different things. Wow.
Keep track of what my goals were and where I wanted to go. And I would write them down occasionally, or it would be like a new year, or I would be setting quarterly goals for my business, and I would get really specific and really focused about what the dream was. And then life would get in the way. And, you know, you're raising kids, or some of you are in school.
My stupid children would just interfere.
Or you're taking care of your parents. There's just stuff that happens. And it's not as easy to stay focused on where it is you want to go. So I was doing it a bit, but not really. And when I was journaling, I did have a gratitude practice. And I've had a gratitude practice for a long time, not consistently, but honestly, since I was a little girl. I have proof of this because my big sister sent me a photo of me making her a gratitude journal for Christmas when I was like 12, because I loved a gratitude journal, because I was an Oprah baby. I watched the Oprah show every day, and Oprah said we should have a gratitude practice. And even as a little girl, I would do it. So I had a gratitude practice in my notebook where I would like write down my to-do list, where I would write down the stuff for work. I just would keep everything in one place. And I was at a business conference and I heard someone talking about writing down their goals. And he said,
I cannot believe that this juicy nugget came up at the conference. Write your goals down.
Priceless, juicy nuggets.
Wow, that's
big facts.
Write your goals down.
No big deal.
That he wrote his goals down everywhere. Like they were in his car, on Post-it notes, on the mirror, on like everywhere he went, his goals were listed in front of him. And I thought that sounded amazing. But I didn't at the time, and I know some of you are the same way, I didn't feel comfortable with, I didn't really even want to write the goals down because some of my goals were so big, I couldn't even believe that they were my dreams, right? Like it just seemed so outlandish. But also, I had a partner who didn't have the same vision that I did. And by the way,
I had a partner that didn't have the same vision as I did. Okay, what's your vision? Let's talk about it. He seemed to have a pretty good life as it was working at Disney. He said he had a very easy career that made a ton of money, that he was unfulfilled. But other than that, I think he was living the dream already, to be honest, at that time. My stupid husband, who is a millionaire, he's not good enough for me. He doesn't believe in my dreams of owning a network like Oprah. What a loser.
You're like, yeah, that's me. My wife, my husband, my girlfriend, my boyfriend, my partner, they don't get it. I tell them my ideas. I tell them my dreams. I tell them my goals. And they look at me like I'm an alien.
Yeah,
it's very normal. It's normal because God did not give them your vision. Like you see something, you have imagination, you have this idea of who you can be.
They're dum-dums.
And then you try and paint the picture for other people because it's scary to attempt to lead out on something that nobody else can see. So I was too afraid to write down my goals because I didn't want my husband at the time to see them, because I didn't want him to be like, what are you talking about? Like, this is crazy. So I didn't have the courage to put the goals up on Post-it notes. But I did have the courage to write them down in my journal.
Secretly.
And the other thing I had heard was this concept of writing your goals as if they had already happened. And I thought this was wild. Like that was the craziest idea. So for a long time, one of my goals was like, someday I will get paid $500 to give a keynote speech. Mm-hmm. But this person that I was watching at this conference suggested that you write the goal as if it had already come true. Now, fast forward to 12, 13 years later, and me having such a better understanding of manifestation and the law of attraction and vibration and what we put out and where focus goes, energy flows. Like, I didn't know that stuff back then. In the moment, in the conference room or whatever, or wherever I was hearing that speech, it made sense to me. I was like, whoa, that's bold.
And she's like, I didn't have confidence back then to say my crazy, amazing goals. And I still remain that I have no confidence to say these goals because they change on a whim every day. It's like whatever she can get her hands on, she'll do, I think, because she doesn't really have long-term goals other than being the center of attention, being seen as perfect, and making a lot of money. So as long as it fits into that parameter, that's all she cares about, in my opinion.
And I thought, if I wrote that stuff down every day as if it had already happened,
so boring.
That would like make my brain wake up and pay attention. That would be like scary and exciting, and it would invoke some emotion in me. So screw it, I'm just gonna start. So every morning I would do my gratitude practice. I would write down 5 or 10 things that I was grateful for, and then I would write my goals. And I didn't have a ton of them at the time, but I would just write down things that I saw for my future that felt like big and exciting and oh my gosh, wouldn't that be amazing if, and I just did this. And I did it all the time, over and over for days and days. It became my practice for a year, for 2 years. And it definitely helped me to stay more focused and stay more energized and stay more excited about what I was working on, which is really important when you're, trying to build something. But I definitely didn't feel like it was helping me to get any closer to where I wanted to go, because I was still just writing down a bunch of stuff, but it wasn't giving me clear direction. And then I read The One Thing by Gary Keller, which I have talked about on the show a million times. I've interviewed Gary. He's interviewed me. I cannot recommend it enough. I'm going to give you a Cliff's Notes version real quick so you get the gist. And you should still read it. It's a fantastic book. It doesn't take that long.
Is it go accomplish one thing at a time instead of trying to accomplish everything all at once? Is that it? It has to be way more complicated than that, I'm sure.
And just as a reference, Gary Keller is of Keller Williams, which if you're not in the US is just a massive real estate company here in the US.
He's like an actual entrepreneur.
So he knows what he's talking about when it comes to how to build a business. But essentially he says in this book, write down all the goals that you have and then look at the list and choose the one goal on this list that is so massive, that if this one goal came true, every other goal on your list would go away because they are now obsolete. Because you've achieved the biggest thing, so those other things automatically happen because that was so big. And this
world domination.
I was like, oh, I want to try this thing. So now I had a new
nuclear
practice in my notebook,
in my
5 things I was grateful for, 10 goals, dreams that I had for my life. And then I would figure out what's the one dream on this list that if this dream were to come true.
Isn't she bored of this yet? This stuff is so boring. God. Writing down 5 dreams and telling the same stories for the 15 millionth time. I mean, I guess you're getting paid handsomely for it, I guess. Allegedly, millions of dollars to produce this crap. Like, I could do it too, I guess. I could just repeat, like, you know, everything happens for a reason. And if you want to get a goal, you got to set your mind to it. And just, people just pay you money for this, I guess. But as the deliverer of this information, she's got to be yawning internally as well. This is I've heard her voice repeat basically everything she's said so far 15 to 45 times.
Everything else here would be automatic.
Hey parents, especially those of you who are raising big families like I am. This episode is sponsored by the first ever Toyota Grand Highlander.
She's got some weird
up into a
commercials.
ball that you're able to.
What else
I
we got?
spent months trying to find a great new home for me and my kids.
Months!
And when you're searching for that many
Keller
people to
Williams.
find a place to live,
She's got 4 children. Oh my God. I know this is just an ad. It's not relevant to this dumb story, but like, it took me months to find a mansion big enough for 4 children and a grown woman. Can you guys believe this? Yeah, that sounds like actually a pretty ideal and privileged thing that you've accomplished there. And so I just wanted to share this one tip because I'm going to make this seem like a sob story for some reason. Very weird.
want to be able to make it as easy as possible.
Oh,
I needed a certain
so
number of
hard.
rooms. It had to have a pool, which was really important for our family. And if you're looking for your own,
it had to have a gold bust statue of me in the foyer. That was hard to find because there's only a few homes in the Los Angeles area that have dedicated gold statues to me. I was limited in my choices.
Apartments.com allows you to search for specific amenities.
Girl, you found your mansion on apartments.com? Okay, all right, we're skipping past this.
Taking 3D virtual.com.
That was the goal. Everything else on my list would be made manifest if that one dream came true.
What was the one dream?
And I wrote that down over
Guess we're not
and
gonna get
over
it.
and over. I have all my old notebooks. I could show you
What is
the
it?
images of me just writing it down over and over and over. And this practice is so essential in why I am here today. And look, I have said this for as long as I have had the Start Today brand. You can do this practice for free. You do not need to buy anything.
Good.
I have told you exactly what I did. 5 things that I am grateful for every day. 10 dreams. Like imagine your dream life. Imagine exactly what you want it to be.
Give us one example. Just one, please.
Imagine this vision and then think of 10 elements of that. That if your dream life came true, these 10 things would be real. And by the way, if you want to do a meditation, like I will take you through a whole process, the whole meditation, the whole thing. I will help you visualize, I'll help you. I'm not selling anything. It's 100% free. It's a podcast episode. I'm going to tell you where to go in 1 minute and we can do it together and you can get the vision and you can get any notebook you have, grab a notebook.
Why do I need an episode of a podcast to write down 5 things I'm grateful for and 10 goals or whatever? Like, I think you explained it well already. I don't think anyone that needs further explanation is not ready to put big goals on a piece of paper.
From wherever, grab a piece of paper, and this is your practice. 5 pieces of gratitude, 10 dreams of your ideal life, and the one goal that you're going to focus on first. So I did this over and over. And I don't know if you all know my story about being a New York Times bestseller. It was my greatest dream. I was obsessed with it. I had a bottle of champagne that someone had given me when I got married, a bottle of Dom Perignon, which I didn't drink champagne. I knew it was super nice. So I was like, well, we can't drink this unless it's a very special occasion. So I took washi tape and I put on the bottle of champagne, New York Times bestseller. And I promised myself that when I was a New York Times bestseller, I would pop that champagne and have the best drink of my life. And that champagne bottle sat in cupboards. It went from one fridge to another, went to my fridge at work,
So she got married when she was 19 and she became a bestseller and she was in her 30s. So she did hold on to that bottle for quite a while. Is it still good? Does champagne go bad over time? I mean, I don't know. I have nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with this, setting a goal and putting like a little treat to enjoy it. Fine, great. Revolutionary? No, absolutely not.
One house to another. I toted that bottle of champagne around for a decade, maybe. Sometimes I saw it and it made me really excited. Sometimes I saw it and it made me sad because I was ashamed that I hadn't gotten it yet. Because what people may not know is that, yes, Girl Wash Your Face was a #1 New York Times bestseller, but
But it wasn't immediate. So therefore I'm different and superior to everybody because I struggled over weeks of waiting for it to go up the charts.
Face was my 6th book. So there were 5 books and it is freaking hard. It is so hard to write a book.
Cookbooks too, though.
So if every time you write a book, you're like, this is it. This one's going to be the one. They're going to love it. I'm about to be a New York Times. And then it would just,
Other ones were fiction also. Fiction and 2 cookbooks, I believe, were the first. No. Yeah. Because she had 6 books. Yeah, she had 3 fiction ones. Party Girl, something, something, and something, something. That was 3. And then a cookbook. 2 cookbooks? 3? I don't know. Maybe there's a mystery book out there that we have not heard of yet.
It would never happen. That was the goal. And every morning I would come back into the energy of this is where.
But guess what? Did it actually do anything? You celebrated and then essentially was not that much happier of a person that I could tell. After achieving this goal. Then it was the next 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 thing. And that's what it's always going to be.
We're going, this is where we're going. And it became this filter, right? It became this filter through which I could disseminate everything. I could make decisions based on, is this going to get me closer to the one thing or push me further away? It helped me to streamline my process. It helped me to keep energy and momentum when things got hard. When a book came out and it wasn't as successful, being able to come back to that practice the next morning was a reminder of like, yeah, okay, not this time, but this is where we're headed. And of course, all along the way, on the way to this massive goal, all along the way, there were massive improvements. There were opportunities. There were things I had never experienced before. So even though you're working towards one big thing that's like way out there and trying to reach it, it feels really far away, you're gonna get stuff along the way that makes the journey feel worthwhile. So I did this practice every day, and eventually I would get to the place where it came true. It came true. It was the best champagne that ever existed or will ever exist. It was so amazing. I was so proud of myself. It is like a watershed moment in my life.
It is interesting. Like the whole book is about her views on life, her accomplishments, and her successes. And for that book to make the bestseller list is any narcissist's ultimate dream. An autobiography about my life that shoots up the top to the charts because people are just so in love with you, which unfortunately was how people treated her for years, for 2 years, basically, until she had her meltdown. People were weirdly worshiping her, and I think it just rotted her brain, unfortunately. Angela Arnold, thank you so much. Angela Arnold says, leaving a 2 Michelin restaurant, and they were playing Green Lights in the bathroom. Green Lights is the book by, the self-help book / memoir by Matthew McConaughey. Yeah. Matthew, what do you have to say about this?
Certain? I was not.
What else?
Oh shit, there's shit on the pillow.
What else?
No one's come to save us.
And finally?
I began to purge.
That's what you heard while you were using the restroom. Just different sound bites from Matthew McConaughey's ramblings. Well, I apologize. I would be writing a Yelp review. Like, the food was delicious. The bathroom audiobook, I could have done without that. But thanks. Thanks for the good times. Salute. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. I have not read it yet. Maybe it's someday when I've run out of other things to do.
Colt. Of that phone call from my publisher saying that the book had become a New York Times bestseller. And I do love to tell people that book became a New York Times bestseller 3 months after it came out, which is unheard of. And I say that specifically for those of you who have created something and the world told you it came out and nobody cared, and you think, okay, well, the dream is dead.
She waited 3 whole months.
You never know. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what God has in store. You never know what the universe is up to.
True.
Keep the faith. I think at some point after that
Amen,
had happened,
sister.
I put on social media, I was like showing my journal. And I was like, oh yeah, look guys, this was the one thing. And I wrote it down. And look, all the other dreams on here, they've come true in pursuit of this one thing. And my audience, which was much smaller at the time, but my audience freaked out. What is that? Rachel, what is that? What is that practice? We need this. How do you do that? I'm like, oh.
What is it? What is that? Share your secrets. And you're like, I write it. I take a pen and a piece of paper. What? What? What is that? Wait, slow down. Pen? Where do I find this instrument? And then I put it in the journal and I think of dreams and things I'm grateful for. Hold on. You're telling me you did not go to college? What? How did you figure this out? Share it with us. That's what the commenters were like. I was there. I was one of them.
So easy. 5 pieces of gratitude, 10 dreams, 1 goal. You just write it down. Same thing every day. You change up the gratitude, but everything else on your list stays the same until you achieve it. Then you can cross it off and put a new dream on there.
Which was a better podcast, Heidi or Rachel?
We need this journal. I'm like, no, it's a notebook. I got it at Target. Like, it's not a thing. Just do this in your notebook. But they kept asking, like, make a journal. You got to make.
This is her way. She always does this. This is her way of shirking any responsibility, getting rid of all of her agency for everything she's ever done. She blames her fans, her rabid fans, for forcing her to give advice, for forcing her to speak on stages, for forcing her to make a journal company. This is what she does constantly. Just FYI, this is nothing new here.
You got to make this. You got to make this for us. And I'd never had a product before, but I was like, oh, well, maybe I could figure it out. I don't know. And it took a very long time because when you don't know anything about making a journal, it takes a hot minute. Again, now things are so much easier, but back then it was super hard. But we figured it out. We had a little team and we figured out how to do things. And I wrote, what it was. And I laid out, I basically made these pages that were like what I was doing in my notebook. And we found a printer and, we figured out covers, and I felt really strongly that
Did you figure out how to type on Word, Microsoft Word as well? Wow. Who would have ever? She figured out these steps.
do something super cool with the brand. And it just so happened, as fate would have it, I met an incredible woman at a trade show. I'd gone to a trade show to try and understand kind of how the product world works. And I met this amazing person named Rachel Campbell, who we all called RC. And if you guys have been part of the community for a while, you probably have heard me talk about RC or seen her, come to a conference where she was working. But she became my head of product, and she helped me figure out how to make those journals. And we made them. We did the first round. And we did a very small run, maybe 1,000 journals or something.
Small.
And it felt massive, just so massive. I was just like crapping myself. Like, are we about to light all this money on fire? They sold out immediately. And then
so cool.
We were like, oh, dang. Okay, we got to figure out how to print more journals. And that time, I think the order was for like 15,000 journals, and that felt terrifying. We put them on sale. They did so well. I mean, God love this community. You've been around forever, and you were so here for it. And I think probably, too, the community had seen me using this process for so long that they wanted to try it out themselves. Also, like I said, I've said since the beginning, and I will say this as long as I do this work, like, don't buy the journal. Don't buy the journal. Do it in a notebook that you have. But if you're a bougie little bitch like me and you want to have the aesthetically pleasing vibe of the journal, then okay, fantastic. Like, I got you. So we launched the second round of journals. We're completely unprepared for the volume of orders that we would have. As fate would have it, was right before Christmas.
As fate would have it. Okay.
We had thousands and thousands and thousands of journals. And in a period of time that will live in infamy as something we called Journalgate, we came into work. We put the journals on sale. We came into work.
The precursor to Toiletgate, the more actually impactful gate of the two.
The next day, and we were using like a freelancer or something, sweet gal that we were using, who was in charge of our customer service.
This sweet woman who freelanced. She freelances. She freelances my toilets. She's a freelance toilet cleaner. Such a sweet gal.
She was part-time. She wasn't a customer service expert. She was just someone we found. Sweet. Oh, she was so sweet. And
So
said, I
sweet.
think there's a glitch. There's something wrong.
She was someone you found via what? Someone who was birthed in the office?
I have 2,000 emails. I have 2,000 emails in my inbox of people looking for their journals. I think there must be some kind of glitch. Like, it's one or two emails that keep getting sent over and over. And we're like, what? And we go look. And no, in fact, it really was 2,000 people emailing because they had ordered the journal but not gotten any confirmation. So their credit card had been charged. No confirmation's been given. And it's been a few days. And people, rightfully so, are like, did you just steal our money? What is going on?
Probably.
And we reach out to the vendor who's in charge of shipping our journals because, like, many of these people should have actually received their product already.
This is the boringest goddamn story I've ever heard. Go back to the Toyota commercial. That was more exciting. God, do I have to hear about your logistical problems from 10 years ago? Then the vendor said, oh, it was an error on our computer. And then I said, oh my gosh, well, these customers need their journals. And then the customer said, where's my journal? Oh, and then it was solved over time.
So we reach out to the vendor.
Oh, okay.
And we can't get a hold of them. And we're like, oh my gosh, what's going on?
Was it Transform Publishing by chance? Was it, I don't know, Get Fit with Heidi and Chris Publishing? Because I don't think that's live anymore. Maybe they are responsible for the lack of journals. Full circle moment. Okay. Thanks, Beth Peters. Thank you so much. Beth Peters, this is what I have to say to you, okay? This is what I have to say.
She looks scary.
That's what I think, okay? And also,
Oh, I'm so sorry you lost.
And also, this is for everybody after this podcast is over, okay?
Call the police. Call the psych ward.
Because I cannot handle it any longer, listening to these people rant and rave and talk about incessantly nothing. Thank you. Thank you, Beth. I appreciate it. Okay, back to it.
Referred to these people by a very trusted business advisor who said, oh, they're the best, you got to use them. And this company, whose name I will not mention, is the worst business dealing of my life. They legitimately were our 3PL, so our third-party logistics company, which is like they take the orders and they ship it to your people. They legitimately just did nothing, did absolutely nothing.
It's never her fault. Oh my God. What's it going to be?
It's time to re-envision tradition, redefine expectations, and
with eggs. Did you have a traditional egg breakfast? We're about to re-envision that with Eggland's Best. Eggland's Best.
Nobody blames the egg.
Eggland's Best. Nobody blames the egg.
possibilities. Dora Lemons for all. Fell in love with Element. No spoils. 1,000 watermelon.
She's making that cash though with all these ads. Oh my God.
Flavors, or gets called. We got our friend involved who had referred it. We emailed, like we were going to send someone to drive over there to figure out what was going on. Because mind you, they have all of our product and the emails in our inbox just keep growing. Now it's 3,000. Now it's 4,000. We have one part-time customer service and a small team of people. We find out that the person who's like running our account, this logistics company, just like went AWOL. They had no one to do it. No one did it. All of this to say, we get them to like get their act together because we have no other option at this point. And we're desperate to get people their journals by Christmas or before Christmas so they can give them as gifts. We have a team of people, maybe like 8 who worked at the company at the time. We call everyone. We tell everyone on staff to call anybody they know. We were like, find a stay-at-home mama who can come here while her kids are at school. Tell her to bring a lawn chair because we do not have a place for her to sit.
Huh?
We probably had 20 moms, God bless them, 20 moms who came in, sat in lawn chairs in our office for 2 weeks straight.
Wait, for what purpose?
Literally every member of our team, me, RC, my husband at the time,
my husband at the time. Fuck him though. He helped, but he didn't help enough for my liking. Okay, so women, mamas from the community came into the office and sat in lawn chairs. For what purpose? What does this have to do with journaling?
Every single person was working around the clock, answering emails, telling people, I'm so sorry.
Did you pay these mamas or are they just there out of the kindness of their heart? I need clarification. And why lawn chairs? You couldn't get a chair from like, I don't know, a party store? You couldn't rent some rental chairs? Lawn chairs specifically. Okay, I'm confused.
It was one of the most stressful experiences in my entire life.
Oh yeah, that holds up. That's the most stressful experience of your life, a logistical journal issue? Yeah, okay, we're rewriting history here again.
And in retrospect, easily one of the moments I'm most proud of as an entrepreneur because it was, probably 10,000 orders that we had to track and look for. And every single person got their order late. We had people who were super angry, who wanted money back, who just, managing the customer service of that was so intense. But
actually being an entrepreneur,
it is without question one of the things I'm most proud of because, man, when our feet were to the fire, we kept going. We didn't, freak out. We kept going. So,
well, if you didn't, it would be fraud, baby girl. So you have legal obligation to give people their orders.
That was really how the Start Today Journal came on the scene. She came on with fury and drama and chaos. And I really think it probably was emblematic of kind of what would happen with that brand over time. And
it would burn to the ground.
It was really, really
until now
clear for as long as it existed what I wanted Start Today to be. I said it over and over and over.
I said, I don't want it to be about starting tomorrow or starting yesterday. I want it to be about today. And that's what we did.
You happen to remember like the original social or the original website, the tagline that I wrote and used was small batch cover design. So my vision for the Start Today journal, the interior is
15,000 is small batch that you use a third-party distributor to create. That's like saying like Oreos, small batch bakery, Nabisco. It's just a mom and pop bakery in your local town.
Always the same. But my vision for the Start Today journal was that once a quarter we would drop new covers, because a single journal should take you a quarter to fill out. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be cool if like,
yeah, that's normal. That's definitely not a money-making scheme where you have to buy 4 journals in a year to get through the year. Oh, and we just made new covers because the ladies forced me to. The mamas in lawn chairs said, we need new covers every month. Not because I wanted to make an obscene amount of money. No, I am a heart-filled entrepreneur, servant leader.
Kind of like fashion, there was a new cover for every quarter. Like, that'd be so cute. And then you could have this stack of journals and all their spines would be different colors. And those of you who are fans of that product, you probably have your journal stack. I've got my journal stack in the closet here.
Yeah, place your orders. You'll never get the journals from me because I'm most inspired and most proud of you not receiving my product. That's my new inspirational story.
It was like a thing. And I really wanted that to be small batch cover design. We make a certain amount. When it's gone, and you have to wait until next quarter to get it back. But it just...
Oh my God, I have to wait till next quarter to get it back? What will I do?
Happened that this journal was launched at the beginning of 2019, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 2018. But whatever year it was when my career and my company started to explode. Just nothing we did.
Now, in previous tellings of this time frame, she said she was so burnt out that men in her life, her coaches, mentors, whatever, led her astray, and that all she wanted to do during this period was have her bra off and cook her kids dinner. That's all she wanted, but she was forced by the manipulative men, including her ex-husband, partner at the time, that were trying to just get her to, squeeze all the juice out of the lemon because they were selfish. Okay, let's see how she describes it now, because this is in a positive light, I'm sure.
Didn't work. Everything was working. And that is based almost entirely off the success of Girl Wash Your Face and Girl Stop Apologizing. And so the audience was really amped to have another book, in this case, a journal. And so the orders every time would get a bit bigger. And to be totally honest with you, it all would feel very rushed. Like I would want to make changes and improvements, but it felt like there was never enough time because you've got to, we got to get the orders in because it'll take so long to have them.
She wanted it to be better, but it was out of her hands that it wasn't.
Shipped here, and it was just a lot. And I didn't have the confidence in myself because I had never done a product. Like I didn't have the confidence to say, let's slow down. Like let's pull back. Like, let's do this in a different way. Let's not
I'm
get
sure that's what she was saying. She was like, yeah, I don't want to make so much money. I definitely don't want to grow so much. We need to actually, if you're not growing, you're dying is what I say. But what I really mean is if we're not slowly just developing things, then we are making a mistake for sure. That sounds like her, something she would say.
Our skis, like, let's make sure we're making smart choices.
Yeah, of course.
The team kept getting bigger. And the team
and
kept saying like, no, we'll like next time you'll have.
The team kept saying it. Oh, wow. Here's some accountability for sure. For the team again, though, not for her. The team kept pushing back against Rachel. Rachel wanted to make things perfect, as she always does, because she wanted those journals to be in her image, which is flawless, sinless, perfect. And the fact that the team wouldn't allow her to do that, she didn't have the confidence to stick up to her team that she hired. Yeah, that sounds real.
Longer process, or next time we'll have a little bit more room. But then next time I would be on the road for 3 weeks, and then I'd come back and they'd be like, we got to have these decisions today or we can't meet our deadlines. It was a lot. And
goddamn team.
If I'm being super honest with those of you who were there during that time, Start Today started to be very stressful for me.
Oh no.
And I think it was just
poor baby
because
girl.
it represented a way that I didn't want to do business. And
successfully.
I also liked that it was helping people. I mean, if you go to the Start Today Instagram, it's so cool. And you can see the pictures of what we call STJ dream catchers, which are Start Today journal dream catchers. Because in the journal, you write down 10 dreams you have for your life. And when someone would achieve a dream, they'd post about it on social and we'd all celebrate them. And it was so cool because people had dreams that were so different. People would use a journal to get them through their MBA program. People would use a journal to help them stay positive during a fertility journey. People used the journal to deal with grief. They used it to manifest the love of their life. They used it to get to $1 million in revenue. Like, they use it for all of these amazing things. And it was so cool to see that within the community. So I was like, well, it's really gratifying that this is working. And it was selling really well. And I have always loved a very specific big box store. And it was a goal forever to have products in that store. Now I knew the process, right? Like, set the goal, believe in the thing. And I had sold so many.
And again, like, as soon as she got in the scandal, Target dropped her and dropped all of her products. So the fact that you attained the goal, amazing, but you lost it immediately because of your own ego. Where's the lesson in that? No, deflect that away. Don't think about that too deeply.
Books at this store. So I was like, that would be the thing. That makes total sense. I want to get the journal into that place. And wrote that down, manifested it, worked towards it. And it's like, I don't know if any of you who are entrepreneurs ever deal with that duality of, like, there's one part of you that's like the artist that you really want it to be as great as it can be. And then there's the other part of you that's like, shut up, artists. Like, these people want it. Like, let's do this thing. And I do think that's really how that time period felt, where when we got
just you wait
confirmation that it was going to be in these stores, it was like the most elated I'd ever been. And even then, it actually felt really good because it was a test run. They weren't sure if it would work. And so they did a small order and we created the most beautiful collection. I loved that collection. You guys remember? Oh, I love that collection. We did such cool stuff. I was so proud of it. It goes on sale. It immediately sells out. Women are lined up at the store the morning it comes out. It's
in lawn chairs. Actually, it's the same women that we forced to labor for us for free, probably. That were also, we forced them to go to Target and stand outside. We'll actually sit on their lawn chairs that they just carry around with them.
Sells out. We're so pumped. We're like, holy crap, this is amazing. And then the next round, they placed an order. The team came to me with an order that was for the most astronomical number of products.
I thought you were supposed to write down the most extreme, crazy goal that you just need to believe in yourself to achieve.
Thinking about it is very stressful. And I remember seeing the number. There's a couple times in my career as an entrepreneur where I saw an offer being made and my gut was like, nope, that's too much.
Of course, she knows.
Where like someone's offering something and you're just like, this is more than I could have ever hoped for and something about it's wrong. And when they told me the number that they wanted to bring in, the team's like pissing.
She just acts like she has like she wasn't the leader of this company. Like, the whole company is based around her and her leadership. Oh, the team told me that I had to do this. The fans told me I must make a journal. Nothing. She cannot. Oh my God, this is my mother. This is my mother. This is my mother in a nutshell. Why did you make that decision? Society was built around this to force me to make this choice. It is not me. I cannot be blamed.
Themselves, because I mean, this is about to like make us, right? Like, this is the thing. Everyone's going to have this journal. It's going to be amazing.
They're excited about the money.
And I'm just thinking, this is so much product.
Of course, that's her thoughts, yeah.
And I really didn't understand how retail works. I really didn't understand how retail works.
I believe that. Truth.
At all. Let me quick side note for those of you who are entrepreneurs. I was interested in investing in a company. I was pitched an investment in a company a couple of years ago. And I was getting pitched, after all of this stuff had happened. So I had a really strong perspective on this. And it is still a very strong perspective, which is if you do not have to be in a physical store with your product, why would you ever be in a physical store with your product?
Visibility.
This was a really specific, very cool company that I was looking at. And I actually can say it. I won't say the name of the brand, but it was an all-natural, really good dog food that was like for people who are obsessed with their dogs, and the dog food is really...
Why would you be the sponsor of this?
Quality. And they would send it to your home, and it was like vets had done. It was like so fantastic. And the whole thing was they had built up the business through online subscription services for this company. And I loved everything about it. I loved the finances. I loved the founder, but they were obsessed that their next big thing and what they wanted to use the money for was to get into the exact retailer that I had gotten into.
Target.
And I was like, you don't understand what your margin's going to be. Because when you sell DTC, when you sell directly to a consumer,
DTC.
You have the cost of your goods, the cost of shipping and packaging and all of that. And then the remaining margin is yours to keep. When you sell into...
Have you heard of what profit is? Hey, guys, this is for the entrepreneurs in the audience. So after you pay for the materials and you create the thing you're selling and then you sell it, what's left over... that is what you keep.
Taylor?
I learned this on Google.
It's nothing. What you're really getting out of that experience is exposure. And certain retailers are massive exposure for your brand. But for these people, they had all of their success. I'm like, I promise you, I'm your target audience, and I don't want to go to the store to buy the dog food. I like that you're a subscription service. Why would you lose the margin? Why? Anyway.
To grow.
I didn't understand it then.
To
and
expand.
I didn't understand a fundamental thing that later would become my nightmare, which was that if you sell into a retailer, now I want to establish this real quick. The retailer says, this is how many units I would like. And you're like, absolutely. Sure,
Seriously.
we will figure out how to get you that many units. And then if those units don't sell, you are responsible for them.
Oh my
You're
God.
responsible for them. Not only are you responsible for them, you're responsible for what it costs that company to ship them back to you.
What? Wow. Basics of business. Oh my God. My brain is exploding. Oh, this is crazy. They're not going to take the risk for you? Oh, shocking.
What it costs that company to store them. It is all in the fine print.
She's like, did you know that you keep more profit if you sell directly? What? Wait. I'm still trying to figure out what a pen and paper is. This is too high level for anyone here.
In case you're like, oh, okay, so like then you had a lot of product and it went into the retailer and it didn't sell. No, it didn't sell because that product launched in April of 2020. How many people you think wanted to work on their life and manifest their goals?
Every fucking person I know. My God, the wellness industry exploded. Self-help exploded in 2020. Everyone had free time. Not everyone. A lot of people who work from home had free time and had, not even free time, but had opportunities to busy themselves with different things. They couldn't go out, so they were buying journals. They were buying self-help material. Give me a break that 2020 wasn't the perfect year to be involved in an industry like this.
April of 2020. And we also had a very strict mandate from that company that we were not allowed to tell anybody to go into store to get them. They were very
Into
anti. Like,
store.
you could not, in your marketing, say anything about going to a store. The only thing you could talk about was ordering online. But like, no
So what's
one's
the
ordering
problem?
online. This was like, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Rach. Doesn't matter.
There was literally like a blockade of ships in China, like fighting to get to our shores with all of the crap products that we were purchasing during that time. I mean, that was later on, but because of how much we were buying shit online, this story is not even accurate in any sort of rational history whatsoever.
Here's the gist. If you've got a crap ton of product that goes into a retail store in April.
What else happened in 2020? Didn't they get divorced in 2020? What year did they get divorced? Because I feel like that's why it failed. Not because the world was not direly interested in buying journals on Target.com.
2020, unless it was toilet paper or packaged food,
Mm-hmm.
but definitely not work on your life journals.
You're so wrong. You're 100,000,000% wrong, Rachel. I don't have the data at this time, but I am 1,000. I would bet my life that she is so wrong.
And you don't understand also that you are now financially responsible for every piece of that.
Why would you not know that in
company,
advance?
they were just like, this doesn't work. You get all of it back, even though they had picked the number of it. Just woo.
So she got divorced in 2020. Yeah, divorced in 2020. So it must have been May of 2020. I wonder if that was actually the reason that you were lying about your relationship for the previous 5 years and sold it as the reason as to why anyone should give a shit about you at all.
It was so much. I just like no idea what to do.
Oh my
No
God.
idea what to do on like every level of my business. On
Totally.
every level of my business. Also,
That's good. That's good as an
the
entrepreneur.
people who had made those decisions, you know, the team of people that had made those decisions.
The team of people who made those decisions, where were you? Hiding in the closet, like meditating or something? Like, are you a boss babe or are you not a boss babe? Pick a lane. Pick a Heidi lane, okay?
I don't think as an entrepreneur I ever realized that if your company got to a big enough place that you had people making decisions for you. And I own it because it was my company. But if you have people making decisions
You don't
for
own shit. You don't own shit. This is like the most. She is something. I'm telling you again, my mom. This is my mom. We're gonna live in the. I don't know. My mom would say something like, "Okay, we moved into an apartment or something, and whatever. The rent is expensive." And she's like, "Well, why did you make us move in here?" To me, as like a 7-year-old child. Well, what? You just like fancy things. That's why we had to live in this apartment, because you wouldn't live in like a trailer park. I know you. You wouldn't do that. It's like, oh yes, I'm the one who forced you as the mother of this family to live in this, apartment as opposed to the other apartment down the street that was cheaper. Yes, me. I was doing that. Like, I just hear that in Rachel's voice. Like, oh, your team of marketing specialists that are 23 years old are the ones who have ruined your company. That is like insane to think and to even publicly pronounce that is, the team did it to her. When your entire life goal and job is to run said team.
It's just their job.
Mm-hmm.
It's just their job, but it's your company. So it just being their job means that all of those people could bounce and go get other jobs.
When you fired them or laid them off. Yeah, that's how it works.
And certainly there were time periods that in COVID where I had to do layoffs and it was horrible. And I'm really proud of how long as a company.
I'm going to do layoffs and I'm really proud. Oh, there's no reason. If she ran the company like like any moderate entrepreneur should have run a successful company at that time and not had the scandals that she had and not over, promise and put all the money and effort into Quibbly. Like, she made 15 million mistakes that led to her demise and of the company. None of them she'll take any responsibility for. Excuse me. She should have the same staff as she did then if she was any smarter, honestly. Like, she had it all, the world in the palm of her hand. Okay.
We fought to keep employees employed. But and
they also got $1 million PPP loan, and they still laid off everybody. She has no company anymore. She had 60 people. She has 0, as far as I know. So you fought for what, an extra month? Good. I'm glad. Great. But like, this is not a success story.
Back in 2021, when I was really dealing with the ramifications of this choice and like how much product there was, this is her non-successful way of changing the narrative. By 2021, that's when Toiletgate happened. So the divorce was the big thing that pissed everyone off, and then Toiletgate happened, which pushed everyone, and the Maya Angelou thing happened, similar time frame. No one gives a shit about the logistics of the third-party journal developer and the Target brand deal. But that's what she's going to say. Like, if you're new here, this is why everyone hates me. These very neutral problems that every company goes through in some capacity. Okay. Got it. I get what podcast is for now. We're aware that everyone who had made those decisions had bounced and was like thriving in other places, had gone on to bigger companies, bigger opportunities. And I'm the one there with all of the product, but also with all of the product and the awareness that I really felt like this thing that I believed in and loved, I had allowed to become bastardized. Like, I had allowed it to become something it was never meant to be. Because I had let go of my vision of...
She is out of her goddamn mind. I just need to say that. The audacity of this woman is incredible. Incredible. We should do the Audacity Awards, and she would get top prize. Lead actress in Audacity. I can't.
Small batch cover design. It doesn't have to be this massive thing. It can be...
You have mogul tattooed on your wrist. What are you saying?
And still powerful. It can, have a small community and still be a good thing. Mm-hmm. I was so ashamed of what had happened.
Because of the team.
And I really couldn't even hold space for all of the goodness that Start Today is still. And it is the number one thing. Like, I cannot tell you how many people come to tour and bring me their Start Today journal to sign because there's some goal in it that they achieved and they want me to know that they did it. It still is something that people post about on social, even though I haven't posted about it in a year. Like, it's really cool what it was. But at the time, this is 2021, so a couple years ago, I hated it. It was this albatross around my neck, and I was so upset with what it was. And so I spent a year, I can't even remember when all these things go together, but I spent a year selling off the product that we had. And y'all, some of you were in it, where we were like, $5 journals for Christmas. Like, I did everything to liquidate that stash because I didn't want to get rid of the product. I believed in the product, but it was so much, and you have to pay to have that stuff stored. It's a lot. Just FYI, be careful with.
But I thought she was a multi-millionaire, so she can afford it. So why do I give a shit?
Be careful with over ordering. That's what I'm gonna tell you guys. It's been.
I'll make sure next time I have to order 10,000 journals for Target, I think twice. Thanks to this podcast. Life-changing. Thank you so much.
Over a year, if I'm not mistaken. It's been over a year, maybe a year and a half, since I have touched the Start Today brand in terms of selling anything. I basically just let it go dormant. I had sent a note to the Start Today community, and I said, this month is the last month that I'll sell the product. I didn't have the...
And then Dave died, and I believe rights went into her name again. She inherited the rights to use it again. And now all of a sudden she's interested. That's what I think is happening here.
Capacity to even think about it. I wanted to be able to focus on the podcast, which I have done. And the podcast has grown exponentially because of that focus. My team is very small, trying to get bigger, but it's still very small. And I just didn't have the capacity to take on a product and the community and serve the community well. And so I said, I'm just going to take a sabbatical from this. That was, if I'm not mistaken, 1.5 years ago. At the beginning of this year, I really started thinking about it a lot. You know, I still have all my Start Today journals and I have my Start Today hat and I wear it all the time. And I guess
strategically, just around the time where, you know, this was an idea again, she started wearing it strategically in her Instagram posts. I wear it all the time, guys, constantly.
The pain of everything that had happened, I had made peace with it. I accepted it as part of my journey.
The pain of ordering too many journals and COVID happening to you, not for you. Yeah, what happens when this happens? This like bad, horrible, you know, experience she's gone through. Where's the lesson? This didn't happen to me. Target did not happen to me. It happened for me. And I needed to figure out a way to make this a positive. No, it's like, oh, it just sucked and everyone was against me and they went to bigger and better things, those bitches. Well, it's not much looking on the bright side when it's against you.
And once I had made peace with it and forgiven myself, I remembered that this is something I really believe in. I really, really believe that anyone can make their life better if they're working hard, if they're staying focused.
I believe that.
If they're looking for ways to improve, if they're staying in the right vibration. Like all of that stuff is true. I am living proof of it. So I just started to think about it again.
Proof of it.
And
she's so crazy.
Then I got to the place where I was like,
girl, your life's a nightmare for everyone involved. My life is proof that if you just have good vibes, only good things will happen to you. Says Rachel Hollis. She's insane.
I'm going to bring this back. I'm going to bring this back and I'm going to bring it back with the intentionality that it was always meant to have. And it doesn't need to be
small batch cookies,
you know, massive and fancy and gajillions of copies. It just needs to be right.
Hand woven by me.
It needs to be a product made with the simplicity and the purity.
Toiletgate was in 2021. I'm almost positive.
The intention behind
April. It was like a year after the divorce, I believe. So that's the true story. That's what happened in her life at this time. She tanked her company by saying stupid things and getting divorced and, you know, lying the last previous years about how great their marriage was. That's her fault. Everything else that she's talking about is inconsequential to anything.
So I've been working 4 months on
poor thing,
the new journal. It is not ready. This is not the podcast where I'm like, oh, we're going to go buy journals, because it takes a very long time. It'll probably take, by the time it's done, I think it'll probably be a full year, because I really wanted something that was exactly what I wanted it to be. And I also had some ideas for how to improve the interior. I'll tell you more about it when it's time. It's going to be more towards...
Instead of using shards of glass like we did last time, we're going to use paper this time. My team came up with that idea. And I said, guys, it doesn't feel right. But I was so busy and have no autonomy. So the glass shards were what we went with last time. I don't know. Don't blame me.
End of the year. Or maybe the beginning of the year. But just like, it's coming. But what I wanted to tell you guys today, so many of you have been on that journey with me. Please. Maybe didn't know the full story. Maybe we're in the midst of being an active member of the Start Today community and posting yourself using the journal, and then all of a sudden, like, we just weren't posting anymore, and you got my email saying, like, I have to step back from this. And I hope you get that. Like, I'm sure you guys do, that there are just times in our life where we can't, I just didn't have the capacity to pour into it.
No, I don't get it.
But I feel like it's time, and I
time to make more money.
believe as long as I go slowly and as long as I do it in a way that feels really good to me, that it can be great. I've been working on that. And then in working on that, I wanted more than anything, more than the journal, because I cannot say this enough. Don't buy the journal. It's the product I got. Don't buy it. Do the practice, though. Be part of the community, though. Do those things.
No.
And so what I wanted more than anything was to revive this community of people. We're going to do that in a couple of ways. And all of them are free. This is not me being like, no, it's just free. It makes my heart happy. I know it makes a lot of y'all's heart happy. So 2 things are happening. Number 1, the Start Today podcast. The Start Today podcast is a thing, and you should go subscribe. What is the Start Today podcast? I think a lot of you were probably around very long time ago, like 2019.
Very long time ago.
My ex-husband and I used to get on Instagram Live every morning and like screw around, and then it became, the Start Today morning show. It's not that. Those were fun times.
I wonder why. I wonder what element of that would not be possible today. Maybe you could elaborate on that, Rachel. Why would that not happen today? Can you maybe identify the elephant in the room on that, or no? We're just going to ignore that. It's because logistically, my podcast is shot in a different place in a different room. And so therefore the dimensions of the chairs would not fit. That's why. It's not my fault. My team did it.
But this is actually a podcast that is really geared for people who are working on some part of their life. But it's done through levity, through storytelling. If you're familiar with this, it's like Rach Talk meets the Rachel Hollis podcast. It's a lot shorter than episodes you'll find here. So
I think that's what she's been prepping for with her, like a quick word on this channel, the Rachel Hollis podcast. She has a quick word where it's like 10 minutes or 5 minutes where she riffs off of something like ridiculous. Like, if you're not going to follow your dreams, what are you doing? Don't take a break. And then the next week it's like the same thing, but in reverse. Like, honor your breaks. Breaks are the best thing to move forward in life. And it's just all of it's contradictory. I think that's what she was planning for, prepping for, to now put those types of content on that podcast. So she's still motivating you and whatever, which is what she really wants to do. But now she can have this podcast for like talking to Fleetwood Mac and like, I don't know, hanging out with comedians, because that's what Sirius XM is doing for her and I'm assuming giving her these bookings, I'm guessing. I don't know for sure, but it doesn't really align. It's like random stories with celebrities, and like, where is the entrepreneurship stuff? So I guess she's got to pivot over there to do it and then sell journals with it.
25 minutes. I'm sharing stories about my life. I'm talking about current events, but every single episode involves motivation, something I'm working on, something I think will be helpful. Mm-hmm. We've got experts coming in. It's just a different feel.
Amazing.
And it is the Start Today podcast because the intention is this is how you start today. My hope is that you wake up every morning, you're driving the kids to school, you're doing your makeup, you're getting ready to go to the office, or you're at the gym or whatever, and this is literally how you start each day. In starting this day, I hope that you feel the positivity and the light and the energy of this brand, and that you take that with you into your day. That is the intention behind the Start Today podcast, and this is its first day.
Amazing.
Start Today podcast is available anywhere you get your pods, and I would love it. If you're still here, if you're still hanging out with me, go subscribe. That is the single-handed best thing that you can do for a podcast that you're interested in or someone whose content you like, is subscribe to their channel. Go listen to episode 2. So that's what's airing today. Episode number 2 of the Start Today podcast will give you a really good idea of what to expect. It's fun, it's irreverent, it's storytelling, but there's some goodness there. Episode 1 of the Start Today podcast is my brand new, totally revised meditation vision casting for your future so that you never have to buy a journal. You do not have to buy a journal. You can listen to this podcast, episode 1
Shirley
of
wants
the Start
people not
Today
to buy the
podcast.
journals.
Go listen to it. I take you through a guided meditation. help you to envision something big and bold and bright for your future. And then I teach you how to break it down and use this practice to keep yourself in the gratitude and on focus, right? How do I stay on focus for where it is I want to go? That is episode 1 of Start Today podcast. Episode 2 of Start Today podcast is the first of many. If you're hearing this later.
No, he took over Rise Together, ironically, by himself.
Then you can go listen to maybe the whole week so you can see it will always be there when you wake up. It is me and Jack hanging out and doing our best to bring some light into this world and create community for people who are working on themselves. That's what we've got. We got the Start Today podcast for you.
Jack was a big part of, well, it wasn't named Jack, but his character, his position at the Hollis company was fictionalized in the greenhouse fictional universe of Noelle Crook's book, Under the Influence. I was not expecting that. There's like a whole love story between what I think is Noelle's character and Jack's character. And I'm like, I don't think that's real. But maybe opposites could attract, I suppose.
If you're on Instagram, you can go to the Start Today brand. There's already, a lot of great followers there, but we're reviving. We're bringing fresh energy into it. We're bringing fresh content into it. So would love it if you want to go follow along there. And if you are an existing member of the Start Today community already, number 1, thank you. And number 2, this community will only ever be as strong as we are collectively. Explain it, show it off, use, hashtag STJ Dreamcatcher.
This is something, and I'm not saying that I'm a young chicken anymore, a young spring hen or whatever, but I feel like older millennials or like the generation, Xers, Gen X, yeah. They love making segments and making different brand names within a brand name. That is something that I have found. Like if you make a video, you can't just make a video if you're working for a company for someone of her age, like 40 to 50 probably. Like they love, at least in marketing, they love, like, we're going to call it Rachel's Bites. We're going to call it Rach Talk. Okay, that's what Rach Talk is. Then we're going to find something else and call it Circle Time. And then we're going to do this. It's like, I don't know why. Like they have to name the little segment. I have found that to be true for that. And maybe it's a thing that happened in schools or something, or there was like, cable TV. So everything was like segmented. But yeah, I feel like she's got Rise. They had Rise Together, Rise Conference, the Rachel Hollis podcast. They had Start Today, and they had something Dreamcatchers or Start Today Dreamcatcher. I don't even know what the hell that's about. Just like maybe you should just stick with one brand forever.
Hashtag Start Today Journal. I would love, and actually I think the most powerful thing that we can do on social media is to show your stories. The
vlogs have been devlogged. I don't know. She did like 1, and that was enough for her.
Truth.
And for me as well.
Not just when you achieve the things, but show me what it looks like when you're working on it. Show me what it looks like to go back to school and try and raise a toddler. Show me a picture of you training for the marathon. Show me a picture of you working in your business. Show me the thing.
Why?
Because I would love to use that content
I would love to use you to make me money.
So we can show other people that every kind of person is trying their best. And we're not going to get there every day. We're not going to knock it out of the park every day. But damn it, this is a community of people who are willing to try.
Yeah, Heidi did the same thing. Totally right. Right. What was it? Show up, get fit. Dave had a thing too. What was Dave's thing? The something summit. Like they just come up with so many brand names. It's hard to keep track.
So those are a few ways that you can get involved. All of them are free. Just like
it's so true. Join my community where you literally do not have speech capabilities. Send me a picture. How? I don't know. Pigeon. Just drop photos of yourself doing things in LA and my boothing will pick it up and find it and give it to me. Can you DM me on Instagram? No. Can you comment on my Instagram? No. Do I have any other platforms that I use? No. Okay, great. Great doing business in this community.
I love on you guys. Put good stuff out into the world.
Oh yeah, last 90 to good. Everyone's so smart. Rise, Start Today, Made for More. Yeah, that got cease and desisted. Rise Together, Faves podcast. We should watch some of those at some point. I've never delved into them. The Last 90 Days. Yeah. 5 to Thrive. It's like, that's a lot. That's a lot of upkeep, all of those different components, those different verticals.
And really create a community of people who are interested in this too. So the Start Today podcast, yes, that means I am now hosting 2 podcasts.
How did she do it?
We got it, guys. We got it. I was like, maybe I could get someone else to host it because I really wanted the show. But I was like, how can I add? And then I was like, no, it has to be me.
Like, no, I cannot stop hearing my own voice for 10 minutes. I will go crazy. So it has to be me.
I don't, at least for now. So yeah, go check it out. I hope you love it.
Love it.
I feel like if I had to rank Start Today and RHP, I would say Start Today is like the gateway. It's lighter, it's smaller doses of motivation. And then Rachel Hollis podcast is like when you need to take a deeper dive. So I hope you dig it. I'm so grateful that you were willing to listen to this whole saga conversation, but I hope it gave you a better.
Boring. I liked her story of not actually walking the El Camino much better. Also, speaking of that,
dumbass.
Also,
it is what it is.
Also,
I'm just an idiot.
Also,
one of the world's biggest tour managers. That's what my boyfriend is.
Also,
most pilgrims are not bougie bitches like me.
True. I had one for the Caminos. I don't know where it went.
I was thinking about what I was thinking about.
I gotta re-upload that one. There are many Caminos.
Perspective on what the brand is, why it exists, and how you can get involved if you feel like if that's your jam, if you're the.
Somebody told me that she talks about Toiletgate. I thought it was in this one. I guess it was a different one. Damn. Well, I don't have the strength to go and find it, but I will next time. Maybe at the tail end of another live stream we can listen to it, because I always wanted to hear her perspective of how the narrative has changed, history has changed about Toiletgate, because that's my favorite thing to do. Okay, that's it, everybody. That's it. It's been 4 hours almost. Gonna be 4 hours. I'm sweating, if you couldn't tell. I'm a little sweaty. I'm gonna let us look. I don't even recognize that woman I was. I don't even recognize the person that I'm looking at right now. I've so evolved since then. Okay, what are the announcements? The podcast that I was telling you about is not up and running. It is on its way. I'm not going to say the name yet, but it's coming. It's all based on reading self-help books. And guess what book? I'll show you. Guess what book Camelia and I are reading right now to be able to give you the skinny on whether it's good. I'm showing you it right now, actually. Okay. It is this one. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Freak. So that is, I don't know if it's going to be the first episode, but it's definitely going to be in one of the first episodes. So if you have opinions about it, well, they're going to be expanded based on our opinions, probably. Yeah, so that's happening. It's coming soon, probably in the new year. We're going to launch it. And I'll keep you updated on that. And then that's it. If you want to join the membership, would love to have you. If you want to subscribe, I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by January. That was the goal I wrote down every day for my whole life in my Start Tomorrow glass journal. And it would mean the world to me if you could help me get to that goal. I have, let's see, I'm at 19,700 currently. So call 300 of your besties, get them to get their lawn chairs and set up in front of their laptops and subscribe. So I can feel good about myself, because otherwise it's a losing game. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And thank yous to Samantha Tribble. Thank you so much. And I got rid of, oh wait, hold on. I got rid of the thing because it was the old alert popping up. Let's see. It might pop up now. Thank you, Samantha Tribble, for that super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for that I say,
I took a pill in Ibiza. No, I didn't take any pills.
I hate how she says Ibiza. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Also, I'll also say this to you.
Call the police. Call the psych ward.
Also,
Silly, dumb, incapable.
That's not what you are. Okay, Samantha. Thank you. I appreciate that. And also thank you to I'm Yar. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm Yar says, I have nothing of substance to contribute, but sitting here in appreciation. Same. That's also what I'm doing as well. There you go. There's our girl. I have to say this.
What up, homie?
What up, homie? And also, I'm Yar. I'm sorry to tell you, but...
You look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
Okay. Not all of us can be hot models like me. Thank you, I'm Yar. I appreciate that. And also...
This is gold, straight up.
And also...
We're gonna get a little weird. You ready for me?
I should start the show like that. Hey, guys.
We're gonna get a little weird. You ready for me?
Ready for me? That's Craig. That's our boy, Craig. Okay. That's it. I'll be back next week. I don't know which day. I don't know what topic, but we're making it work. I will be going to a wedding next week also, so it'll have to be in the earlier part of the week. So maybe a Tuesday. Maybe a Tuesday stream would be nice. Oh shoot, no, I'm looking at my calendar now. Maybe a Monday stream would be even better. Okay. Let's do it. I'm not going to commit to it fully, but probably Monday. Sounds good. And I'll put it on the community tab. And also, if you join the membership, I'll put a little thing in the community member tab. If you want to add yourself to the Reddit, I can get your username and add you to the Reddit, so therefore you can communicate with each other. Because we're growing our community of dreamers and catchers and throat swallowers that we are. And we are going to rise above and start today and surpass everyone else on earth as a collective group. So that's what's in store if you join the membership. Woo! Okay. Everybody, time to sing my song, and I'll see you next time. Bye. I gotta update my music selections. I gotta update my selections. Rebecca J. Kelly, you're an author and not so smelly. Ooh, yeah, what kind of things do you write, girl? I bet you can write about anything in the world. And casual pasta, not formal noodles. I wanna say I care for you, oodles and boodles, even though we've never met in real life. That's what you're supposed to say when you go live. Rain cannon. Have you ever shot a cannon in real life? I never did, because loud sounds scare me. Am I the only one? Am I the only one who's ever experienced fear from a loud sound? No? Well, Baby Rupert's dad may have an experience. Does Baby Rupert cry really loud? If so, does it keep you up at night? Or are you getting sleep? Because I asked that because my therapist this morning asked me, "Are you sleeping okay? You look really tired." And my response was, "Yeah, I did sleep pretty good. I don't know why I look so shitty, but thanks for pointing it out." And that's what I have to say about that. And Dee Dee, are you so needy that you want to be seen? seen for what you are and who you are meant to become through a series of challenges at a ballroom in Reno. They're gonna change your life. DD, sign me up. DD Mega Doo-Doo. That's one of the best sound bites ever created. If you're an H3 fan, you'll understand what I mean. And Lillian Massey. Welcome, Lillian Massey. It's great to have you here. And did you ever use a passy? Or maybe your name's pronounced Maisie. In that case, I do not think you're lazy. Heather DeMayo, we never know. But we're gonna rhyme Heather with leather and make a belt with your likeness. That sounds like fun. What color would it be? I think probably a brownie. And Anne, do you saran wrap your leftovers? I need to find some dinner. It's 9:57 and it's time to raid the fridge. Joms? Yeah, Joms. I always try to think of something spectacular to say about Joms because you crack me up with all your comments all the time. And you already know that, but I try to put some extra thought into the rhymes, but nothing rhymes with Joms. All the Tom, why couldn't your name be Tom? And then I could say, you are the bomb. Yeah. Lisa B, you don't work for free, unlike those mamas in their lawn chairs. And Heather Hope, do you love Leslie Knope from Parks and Rec? I never finished that show. I stopped watching after Leslie got with the guy and they had kids and they did a time jump, and I just didn't watch anymore. Not because I thought it was bad, I just stopped watching. Maybe it's time to go back and watch. El Cholo's Kid, what do you think about that? Do you like The Office or Friends better? It tells me a lot about you, depending on what your answer is. Not Jenna Cash. What about you? Who do you like? Ross or Chandler? Or Rachel? Or Phoebe? I've watched probably 10 episodes of Friends in my life, and I think I've watched enough. Starry Nights. I know who you are. I know your name. I redid all the names just to make sure I wasn't missing anybody. So Starry Nights moved to a different position, because it was the way that YouTube displayed your name to me. Just so you know, don't feel so low. That is the reason why. Oh, maybe it was the final episode. Oh, that'd be good. Maybe I did finish Parks and Rec. But Lindsay Walden, she is called in to work all the time. They say, you don't get no vacation, bae. And she says, oh, but I wanna be on vacation because I really like to lay in the beach and chill. Against my will. Tiffany. Sometimes I gotta make a little sneeze. Because the allergies are acting up. Tiffany has had enough. Kiera Soto. Let me take your photo and post it on Instagram. That's what all the kids are hanging out these days. Kiera knows what I'm talking about. Alaska blood tundra. Wait, Crystal G, sorry. I skipped Crystal G. What is wrong with me? Crystal G, my team did that. They forced me to skip you. Not my fault. Alaska blood tundra. You are so fundra. Did I use that before? Definitely. 100%. No big deal. Let's go straight up. And Chelsea Marie. Her charisma's off the charts. You give me deep belly laughs, and this is so good. Hey, Consul. You're gold straight up. You're big facts, and there's no place I'd rather be than on this live stream with you. Finally, Nicole Campbell, your time has come. Your time is now. The mango frequency is alive and well. I just want to say I'm buzzing with energy. And do you do things the way I do, or do you do them wrongly? Nicole Campbell, I always think of you when I hear that soundbite. And I just want to say, Grandma has lung cancer, and I'm an empath, and also, clear. I didn't use that soundbite today. Dang it. Next time I'll do 20 to catch up. Oh, you're the kitty. Come here. Kitty cat. Say hi, Taro. Say goodbye, Taro. She did it. Okay. Good night, everybody. Bye. See ya.